Chapter 7. The weeks flew by. Falk went with Aaron 2 or 3 days in a row through the forest, carefully increasing the tempo over the period. It was still more of a quick walk than a slow trot, but the would-be forest guardian hardly stumbled any more, and he was certainly able to keep pace. And it was a while since he'd dropped the ball. Aaron was now using the left hand quite instinctively for a wide range of activities, and so Falk had begun to incorporate both hands in the training. He thought if the boy had trained his secondary hand for all this time, it should be possible now to attain a limited ambidexterity. Following the forest run, there would always be a day at the ribbon tree, and then one with Vera, where Aaron could recover from his physical exertions. Instead, he would learn about compresses and creams for scratches, cuts, burns, and inflammations. The old woman was always very kind, and whenever Aaron spent a day there, at least a dozen visitors would arrive, either bringing or picking up something, and there would always be an exchange of stories and gossip. They always had a friendly word for Aaron, and he began, quite unconsciously, to think of himself as Aaron the Apprentice forest guardian, and not Aaron the drunkard's son, whenever he was speaking to the others. After his day with Vera, the cycle would begin again, and by the end of the summer Aaron had got used to his constantly aching muscles. Falk had no mirror, and Aaron was far too busy to notice what the others could see, that his shoulders were slowly becoming broader, his arms and legs more sinewy. The strong soup prepared by Falk, laced with healing herbs and full of the vital substances which helped Aaron's growth spurt, was so completely different from the watery broths that he had subsisted on when he was in his father's care. And so the first days of autumn arrived, with their bad weather and the cool winds that had long ago driven Deepstone into the shelter of the forest. The forest marches were less fun than ever. The ground was slippery because of the rain, and when Aaron arrived in the cabin at night, he had to spend an hour cleaning his gear so that the leather would keep smooth and supple and the dagger protected from rust. Falk also began to leave the smaller household chores in his hands, and soon he was getting up as early as his master, so everything would be in order before the old man gave the order to set off for the day. And the ribbon tree was much harder to climb now, when the branches were wet and slippery. After the first autumn storm, Falk had silently given him a pair of leather gloves with the fingertips free. Aaron was puzzled by them until he tried scaling the wet, higher branches with his bare hands. It wasn't long before the gloves were like another hand, and he began to imitate Falk's stoical attitude to the weather. Sometime in the middle of autumn, it was the evening of a surprisingly mild day, there was a knock on the door of the guardian's little cabin. The 2 occupants looked up from their leather work in surprise, and Aaron gave his master a questioning look. "Don't ask me, I'm just as clueless as you," grumbled Falk, and stood up. Falk opened the door, and as soon as Aaron realized who had granted them a visit, he leapt to his feet, and the leather jerkin he had been fixing flew to the ground along with the awl and string. Lycus was standing in the doorway with a broad grin on his face. He was wearing the classical merchant's tunic, and 2 parchment scrolls were sticking out of his breast pockets. A little slate was hanging on a thin chain from his belt. "Lycus, it's wonderful to see you." With arms outstretched, Aaron ran to greet the merchant's son, almost knocking over his master in the process, who was too slow to get out of the way. Falk was about to give out to them, but on seeing the boys hugging each other in joyful reunion, he simply shrugged his shoulders, sat down, and continued with his repair work. Lycus held Aaron firmly by the shoulders and looked at him critically. "Boy, but you've grown and filled out. What's he feeding you with?" Aaron shifted from one foot to the other in embarrassment. He had spent his whole life comparing his size with Lycus, and now he was suddenly aware that he was taller than his friend by a head, and it had only been half a head 4 months ago. He answered without thinking, "A lot of soup and stews with game and herbs, wolf herb for the muscles, life farm for regenerating stamina, and red leaf as a protection against illness." Even as he was speaking, he realized that he sounded like old Vera rattling off a prescription for a healing ointment. His friend looked at him in bafflement until the two burst into laughter. "A start," commented Falk stoically in the background, and Aaron laughed even harder. The pair squatted down on Aaron's mat and spent the evening telling each other what had happened over the previous months. Lycus rhapsodized about his work in the shop and the merchants from Two Waters who delivered merchandise to them, and also brought the latest news from all over Hrjalgar. Apparently, a band of robbers had settled in the slopes of Grey Jags and were holding up travellers. Quite a few mutilated wolf and bear carcasses had been found. When Aaron heard this, he looked up to his master and was about to speak, but Falk gave him a warning look and shook his head, and so the boy said nothing. The night was drawing in, and there was no sign of the boys finishing their conversation, so Falk cleared his throat noisily and said, "Lycus, it's not that we're not delighted about your visit, but you really need to be making your way home now." The wiry boy leapt to his feet and clapped his hand against his forehead. "Of course, I nearly forgot. I'm here in the name of my parents to invite you to a meal on the eve of the autumn festival." Aaron was a little surprised. "Is it that time again?" As he no longer took part in the daily life of the village, he had no idea what date the village council had set for the autumn festival. "Yes, 2 weeks from today. Vera has forecast an early and hard winter." The healer had a sixth sense for the pulse of nature. In one of her lessons she had explained to Aaron that there were many clues for the upcoming weather in the behavior of plants and the clouds. Falk said the same was true for the animals, but when he had looked for more information, Falk had stalled him with a shake of his head. "You're not even 6 months with me out here. Ask me in 5 years again," was his sobering reply. "That's why I came here today, to invite you," said Lycus cheerfully. "And are you coming?" He looked expectantly from one to the other. Aaron looked pleadingly at his master. It was traditional on the eve of the 3-day autumn festival to invite friends and family to take part in a relaxing, peaceful meal before the hurly-burly and excitement of the autumn festival. It was considered rude to turn down such an invitation. But Falk was neither particularly diplomatic nor sociable, so you never knew. Aaron need not have feared. Falk nodded and grunted. "Tell your parents thanks, and we will come. And now get out of here, or my apprentice will be unbearable tomorrow for want of sleep." The two boys grinned at each other in anticipation of another evening full of each other's stories, not to mention the good food. Now that his friend was going, Aaron realized how cut off he was out here, and how much he missed his chirpy companion. "Take care of yourself," he said sadly. "It's only 2 weeks," said Lycus in a comforting tone, and gave him a quick hug. Then he gave Falk a wave and disappeared out the door. Aaron went to the window and watched his sprightly friend until he was soon swallowed up by the night. Falk's cabin was on the outer edge of Deepstone, but tonight the apprentice felt that the entire wood separated it from the village community. With a sigh, he went to his sleeping area and curled up under the covers. Falk worked on at the leathers for another few minutes, then tilted his head as if listening to someone, and after a few heartbeats nodded. "You're right." He put down his tools and clothing, looked again at the outline of the sleeping boy, and went out into the forest. Chapter 8. The next 2 weeks couldn't go quickly enough for Aaron. Falk noticed Aaron's impatience and upped the practice tempo considerably in order to distract his apprentice. The practice ball was constantly flying here and there between them. His master would deliberately throw it off course, forcing Aaron to hop, duck, dive, or throw himself around abruptly so that he could catch the wretched thing in mid-flight. And he was picking out more difficult terrain. They had to creep through undergrowth, clamber over fallen trees, and climb up and down steep slopes. Aaron was shattered every evening, such as he hadn't been since the early days of his training. But with his newfound knowledge in the herbal arts, he was able to help himself and his body prepare for the following day. Soothing compresses, healing teas, and strengthening condiments did the trick. Falk never commented on this, but Celsina could sense the master's pride, bright as a beacon in the dead of night. She often stood there in the darkness and kept watch over them both. Something old and dark had come into the forest again, and soon blood would flow. She was determined to buy them as much time as she could. At last the eve of the autumn festival was upon them, and even the forest guardians were caught up in the village preparations for the coming festivities. Falk had gone hunting and unusually left Aaron alone in the cabin so that he could learn from the old book of herbs Vera had given him. It was true that the boy couldn't read, but with the help of the pictures he could go over what he had learned. But Aaron had other plans today. His master was hardly out of sight when he raced off towards Vera's cabin. The old woman would be far too busy for him, but that didn't matter. It was what was waiting for him behind her house that was important. He carefully made his way through the undergrowth to the back wall of the cabin. Yes, lying neatly there for him were a dozen boards and 2 thick ropes. During his last lesson with the herbalist, he had made sure that a message requesting these things had been delivered to Master Vellum. The autumn festival was also the time when all villagers became a year older officially, and so everyone gave each other presents and wished each other a healthy winter so that they could experience the next summer. Aaron was determined to make his master a present. The old man was a slave driver, a curmudgeon, and sometimes a man-made thunderstorm. But in spite of all that, he had saved him from a bleak future, and was investing a lot of time and effort in Aaron's education. The problem was giving him a present that he would like. His master lived very frugally. The present would have to be practical and of everyday use. Aaron gathered together the items and could hear lively chatter and laughter coming from within and in front of the cabin. Half the village seemed to have gathered here in order to honor the old woman and to collect herbs and spices for the feast dishes, or to get tips on how to prepare them. Suddenly the remoteness in which he and his master lived didn't seem so bad, and with a grin and a shake of his head, he started heading back to their cabin. The trees had started shedding their leaves in the previous few days, and a cold wind was spinning a red and gold kaleidoscope among the trunks. A few birds were stubbornly holding on to their memories of summer and whistling their defiance to the world at large. The boards were heavy and the ropes cumbersome, but Aaron was now in top condition, and it didn't take long before the cabin was in sight. He checked quickly that Falk was still out, carried the paraphernalia into the house, and began putting it together. He had worked everything out already in his head, so the construction wouldn't take long if he could manage the elfish knots. The same sort he had tackled with his teeth for 2 months on the ribbon tree. It had transpired that the blue ribbons that had comprehensively got the better of him on that first day had been knotted in the elfish manner and were extraordinarily difficult to unknot, especially with one hand. The one positive from his months of frustration was that he had now mastered these knots perfectly. It took him less than an hour to tie the beams and planks together into 2 platforms, one above the other, and supported by struts. Then he placed the sleeping mats, his own and his master's, on the 2 platforms, and his simple bunk beds were finished. There really wasn't enough room for 2 sleeping areas in the cabin, and so he thought this was a really practical present made with the simplest of materials. The only flaw was that he had to ask Vera for the materials, but she simply smiled and said, "This is my autumn present to yourself and Fulk." Aaron spent the rest of the day sprucing up the cabin, polishing his leather gear and looking forward to the evening. Every now and again he ran to the window so he could catch his master at the door. When Fulk appeared at last, coming from the trees with an enormous stag on his shoulders, Aaron ran towards him to help him with his load. "Thanks, son," gasped the guardian. "He's a big morsel, and I had to drag him further than I would have liked. Something was frightening the animals, and hunting was a lot harder than usual." They put the booty down in front of the window, and Aaron stood so his master couldn't see inside. His hands were sweaty with anticipation, and he was surprised at how much he wanted to cheer up this grumpy old man. He must have become fonder of his master than he cared to admit. Fulk entered the room, and Aaron called out, "A healthy winter and a merry new summer," the traditional greeting when you handed over an autumn present. His mentor stood there and stared critically at the wooden construction for a few heartbeats. Then he walked up to it and examined the knots carefully, tilting his head all the while as if listening to something. Then he turned around and said, "That's a very good present, and I'm very proud of you." He sounded a little stilted, as if somebody had fed him the lines. But Aaron knew that this wasn't his strong point, and anyway he was far too happy to take any notice. Fulk turned to the wooden bed and said, "You sleep on top because your young bones could do with a bit of climbing." After a few seconds he continued with a grumble, "If I'm lying there and the thing collapses, you're going to spend the next 2 weeks climbing the ribbon tree, and you'll sleep on it." Well, that didn't last long, thought Aaron, but answered with a smile, "Yes, master." The wooden bed had held together, much to Aaron's relief, and so now he sat with a full stomach beside Lycus in his parents' sitting-room and enjoyed the happy, unforced conversation with his friend. 24 candles were situated around the room, filling the space with a warm glow, and the candle scents intermingled with the aromas from the opulent feast that they had all just finished eating. The adults were talking about some feudal lord in the night marshes who had been trying to claim a small border area of Hajalgar for himself. They were so deep in conversation that the 2 boys were completely undisturbed. They glanced at the large sand timer on the mantelpiece from time to time. The autumn presents were traditionally handed over during the night before the autumn festival, and that's why there were these enormous sand glasses which were turned over just before dusk. Once the sand had run through, a few hours later it was time to thank the 3 for another year lived, and it was also time for the presents. At one point in their conversation, Lycus became very serious and whispered to Aaron, "Are you happy out there, alone with that curmudgeon? I sometimes ask myself if you've just jumped from the frying pan into the fire. We heard nothing from you for ages, but Vera assured us you were fine, so we didn't interfere." Lycus gave Aaron a questioning look, but his friend gave him a reassuring smile. "There's nowhere else on earth I'd rather be." And he added in a whisper, "I've even mastered a few tricks of the elfish trade." His master had expressly forbidden him from mentioning this, as he didn't want the rumour mill to go into overdrive, but he really had to tell his best friend. He squeaked in surprise, "Elves?" and the look Fulk shot his apprentice suggested an awkward conversation later. Aaron quickly steered the conversation into safer waters, and asked what Håkon, Sven, and the others were up to. He'd probably run across them during the autumn festival, and he wanted to be forewarned if there was anything in the air concerning the village boys. And so he discovered that Håkon had transformed himself and was now a model youth under the bailiff, and was getting lots of praise heaped on him. Sven, on the other hand, had somehow managed to take over control of the boys, and their pranks were getting meaner and more dangerous. There was even a fire in the old barn last week, but no one could tell who caused it. A horse was killed, and the matter hasn't been closed. I think Sven and the other good-for-nothings were behind it, but I've no proof, so I'm going to stay mum," said Lycus, finishing the conversation. The two boys were silent for a while, until they noticed the adults stirring. One look at the sand clock, and then everyone was on their feet. The sand had run through, and Vellum and Falk stepped through the door into the antechamber, only to return shortly afterwards with a heavy bundle each. Aaron felt a thrill of anticipation as he watched Lycus unpack a blue velvet cap with yellow braiding, and then joyfully thank his parents. This status symbol showed that he could now make small transactions on his own in the name of his merchant house, something which made him burst with pride. He put the present on his head and turned to face Aaron, who had to control himself in order not to guffaw. The thing looked completely ridiculous. You'd be spotted 2 miles away in the forest. Aaron realized that Falk's personality was beginning to rub off on him. He beamed for a second at his friend to show how much he was there for him today, then hurriedly stood up straight and faced his master. Without saying a word, Falk presented him with a long bundle wrapped in oilcloth. Aaron pushed the heavy material aside with trembling fingers, and a slender curved bow appeared along with a buckskin quiver containing a half-dozen arrows. The boy whooped for joy and would have thrown himself at Falk were it not for the stern look and the warning furrowed eyebrows of his master. "You've made excellent progress until now, so it's time for us to teach you the basic skills in shooting with arrows, hunting, and stalking," at which point he brought down one of his calloused hands on Aaron's shoulder so heavily that the boy balked. "The bow will only be used in my presence and with my express permission, or it will be turned into firewood." Aaron nodded and stroked the smooth wood with his fingers. It was shining in the candlelight, and you could see how carefully the surface had been polished. A faint, undulating pattern ran the length of the bow, disappearing behind the handguard, only to reappear on the other side. "That's the elfish sign for the apprentice bow," whispered Falk, before placing a conspiratorial finger on his lips. The boys spent the rest of the evening mostly just looking in silence at their presents until the lateness of the hour brought proceedings to a close. They promised to meet each other at one of the tables on the festival square, and Aaron and Falk stepped out into the night air. The wind had calmed down, and it was cold but clear. The waxing moon was in the sky, and a few wisps of cloud were visible drifting by. The forest was bathed in pale moonlight, giving a hint of the varied colours playing off each other in the fabulous autumn landscape. Aaron glanced quickly at the squat house of his father, but there was no light to be seen. Then, with a shiver, he followed his master, who was taking the direct route through the forest to their cabin. When they reached halfway, Falk stopped, stared into the darkness of the forest, and said in a loud voice, "A healthy winter and a merry summer." Then he tilted his head sideways for a moment, smiled, and went on. Aaron asked himself if this was perhaps an elfish tradition, or if Falk wanted to pay his respects to the forest. He had also heard that old men could become strange in their ways. He shrugged his shoulders and trotted behind, hoping he would learn all the important things from Falk before he became too strange. The following morning Falk was awakened by the clattering of wooden bowls and the smells of a herbal stew. He opened his eyes a tiny bit and smiled under his blanket as he secretly watched his apprentice preparing everything for breakfast. The rucksack had already been packed. Aaron was fully dressed, his bow and quiver standing by the door. He'd intended stringing the boy along for another while. After all, it was another hour until sunrise. But Celsina gave him a mental nudge, and so he opened his eyes and swung his legs out of the bed. "Good morning, Aaron. You can hardly wait, as I can see." The young boy glanced guiltily at the bow beside the door, but then he pulled back his shoulders and said, "If we're going to the autumn festival this afternoon, we just have a couple of hours to practice. I wanted to get everything ready here so we could head off as soon as possible." Falk was afraid that Aaron would choke on his breakfast. He was gulping it down so quickly. In the end, the old man gave up, pushed his half-eaten bowl to the side, and said, "All right, then, tidy up here. I'll get ready quickly, and then we'll be off." Soon they were trudging in the early morning light, and Falk picked out a clearing that was far enough from the village so there would be no fear of accidents. Then he began teaching his protégé how to handle a bow and arrow and the ground rules of archery. Aaron devoted himself to the job in hand with full concentration, and what Falk had suspected that time on the village square was now becoming crystal clear. The boy really had a natural talent with the bow. First, Falk pointed out the most common beginner's mistakes, but within an hour he was hitting a tree trunk 4 out of 5 times from 20 paces distance. It was 30 paces by noon, and by the time the old man suggested stopping, Aaron was in sparkling form. His arms and chest had strengthened considerably due to the climbing of the previous months, so tensioning the bow was effortless. His muscles were aching now, but he felt he could go on for hours. He asked cockily, "Master, may I give your bow a try?" Falk thought for a moment. "Why not? Nothing would surprise me today." He handed Aaron his bow, which was considerably higher than the boy's head, and one of his long arrows. His apprentice struggled mightily until eventually, with trembling arms, he managed to extend the bow about halfway. But his arms were too short, and when he was finally forced to let the arrow fly from the bowstring, it flew uncontrolled and awry off into the trees. "Well, we won't find that one again." Falk scratched his beard and took back the bow. "You should really only try a long bow again once you've grown a head, both taller and broader." Aaron nodded hesitantly and picked up his own bow again. "I think we should go back now. I'll let the others know this evening that this is now to be called the practice zone, and tomorrow I'll bring a few targets that will be more difficult to hit. Then you can come here whenever you like and practice on your own. You're very good with the bow, but you still need practice. I'll give you the hard lessons once you're able to hit all the targets without thinking about it. Tell me when you think you're ready, and then I'll have a look." The happy boy followed his master with a spring in his step as they left the clearing, and he looked around him so that he would remember where his practice area was. He was imagining where Falk might put the targets when something attracted his attention. There was something large and silver-grey on the other side of the clearing and between the trees. But when he looked more closely, the phenomenon had vanished. His master cleared his throat and turned around, and Aaron ran to catch up with him. He kept looking back over his shoulder, but the forest lay still and deserted. The being had disappeared. That afternoon the whole village was gathered on and around the festival ground, and the tavern was filled to overflowing. Tables and benches were placed around the oak tree, and a large fire was blazing to the left. Groups of revellers were sitting together, and there was much toing and froing between the bar, the attractions, and the benches. It all resembled a complicated dance. Aaron watched the confectioner spinning candy floss with the help of a bellows, and the blacksmith with his anvil had hammered some horseshoes out of shape. Some of the revellers were testing their strength by trying to get the horseshoes back into shape with as few hammer blows as possible. 2 competitors would take up the challenge each time, egged on or mocked by the excited spectators. Or you could take part in arm wrestling, apple bobbing for the small ones, ring tossing, and, of course, drinking competitions. Aaron steered well clear of the tavern, where his father probably was, and wandered past the stands, exchanging pleasantries with the villagers and keeping an eye out for Lycus. At the ring tossing he squeezed past 2 revellers who were unsteady on their feet, and promptly crashed into a delicate creature who was just composing herself before her throw. The wooden ring clattered to the ground without having touched one of the stakes around which it should have landed. Aaron quickly mumbled an apology, and, to his surprise, found himself looking at the dainty-featured face of Lena, the miller's daughter, and sister of Sven. She put her hands on her hips and looked at him with a mixture of indignation and curiosity. Aaron found himself drawn to Lena's finely worked festival dress, and as he gazed at it, it dawned on him that the person standing opposite him had also gone through some physical changes over the previous months, and somehow this made him more nervous than he already was. He wanted to disappear into the crowd when he was stopped in his tracks by the sound of a laughing voice. "Not so fast, my little friend. You owe me a throw." Lena looked him up and down unashamedly. Aaron felt as if his head was as big as a watermelon, and his face went a deep red. "You're Aaron, isn't that right? I didn't recognize you at first in your leather outfit. You used to be smaller and a lot weaker." Her statement may indeed have contained a compliment, but her merciless description of this earlier self was hardly flattering. He mustered a heroic, and stared at her. "I wanted to win this cute little stuffed monkey, and now you've spoilt everything," Lena complained with a twinkle in her eye. "So what are you going to do about it?" Aaron was far too inexperienced to understand the rules of this particular game, but he could certainly handle the ring-tossing. Relieved to be on familiar territory, he turned to the carpenter who was in charge of the stand that day. He'd been following their conversation as cool as you please, and a grin spread across his face with its bushy whiskers. "The first try is free. Any ones after that are a penny." Suddenly Aaron remembered that he hadn't had any money in his hands for months, nor needed any. Falk looked after the shopping and almost always paid with game or plants. He'd have to be lucky, first time out. "Which stake do I aim for to win the monkey?" he asked, all the while feeling the rings. He was looking for the smoothest and best balanced one. The carpenter winked at him. "That one over there, second from the right." Aaron was relieved. It was hardly 2 paces away, and the stake was a little bigger than the ring. According to the rules, the wooden ring had to come to rest sitting on the stake. The hardest part would be ignoring Lena's presence. She was standing right beside him, with an expectant look and a mischievous smile on her face. Aaron took aim, and the ring landed effortlessly on the stake. Pleased with himself, he handed the stuffed monkey to Lena, who smiled back at him. She linked arms with him and asked him questions about his education and about Falk as she strolled with him across the square. Aaron was so taken by her that he forgot to be sensible and started to prattle non-stop about his training, about the elves and the dark ones, anything that came into his head and that would make him look good. The effect on Lena was enormous. There were plenty of juicy anecdotes in what he said. The rational side of his brain, meanwhile, tried unsuccessfully to make him focus on the fact that Sven had been watching them for some time and was looking daggers at Aron. Aron's master didn't seem happy about his indiscretions either, and Lycus could only shake his head sadly as he saw his friend parading around without a care in the world. The bell for the devotions finally ended the young man's boasting. Lena parted from him with a light kiss on the cheek and ran back to her family, while Aron floated in seventh heaven to his master. Suddenly Lycus was beside him, intoning in a loud voice and with sweeping gestures, "And then I slew 3 dragons with 1 blow of my sword while strangling a manticore with my foot." Aron heard no more of his friend's teasing, for he suddenly felt a rap of his master's knuckles on his head. His pride severely dented, Aron looked from one to the other and was asking himself what he had done to deserve this treatment, when the bell stopped ringing and Keeper Jigral stepped in front of the fire where all the villagers had gathered. The priest held his autumn devotions, but Aron heard only the half of it, because he was too busy trying to see Lena in the gathering. He knew where she was standing, but every time he caught a glimpse of her, Sven would push himself in front of her and stare darkly at Aron. When the prayers were over and everyone had drifted away to continue their festivities, the keeper approached the 2 guardians. "Aron, Master Falk, may the 3 be with you." Falk nodded and gave him his hand, and Aron gave a small bow. He was still in awe of the priest. After all, it was his miracle cure that had changed everything, including the direction of his life. The keeper looked at him kindly, at first, before raising an eyebrow thoughtfully. "I could always rely on your presence in the past. You did promise me, don't you remember?" Aron cowered and gave his master a guilty and pleading look. He too looked contrite and answered on Aron's behalf, "That's partly my fault. He did tell me about that, but I forgot, although he should have reminded me." Once again Aron had drawn the short straw. Why did it always end up the same way? The boy was just apologizing with a sigh when Falk interjected. "Now that we're on the subject, my apprentice is unable to read, and he's missing a bit of education. Could he attend the God's Day school? Then he could go to morning prayers and take part in lessons afterwards." Jigral beamed and said, "What a wonderful idea! He would be welcome, of course." The 2 shook hands on it. The keeper smiled warmly at Aron and continued on his way, to remind other young lambs of their spiritual responsibilities. Aron thought about this new development with mixed feelings. 1 day's training less per week meant, in all probability, the other days would be an even harder slog, and that would mean less time for archery. But when he saw the stony reaction of his master, all thoughts of protesting evaporated. "From what I saw earlier, you urgently need to mix with your peers. If every tomboy makes you lose your head, then a wind whip or even a grief wind will kill you in a second." The mention of Dark Ones deflated Aron completely. Falk had explained to him in one of his brief lectures that these beings manipulated the feelings of the adversary against them. Aron couldn't figure out how this worked exactly, but now that he thought about it, he had to admit that his flirting with Lena earlier wasn't a shining example of steadfast behavior, and so he nodded, resigned to his fate. "Good. Go off and amuse yourself now," said Falk cheerily, "although I'd advise you against any further amorous adventures today, or that scoundrel over there might attack you with a knife." He pointed over at Sven, who was standing barely 10 paces away with 2 of his cronies, watching Aron's every move. The apprentice agreed. Good idea. He turned quickly around to look for Lycus when he spotted Holcon. Aaron may have grown, but Holcon must have been stretched on the rack. His muscles were more impressive than ever, and now he was approaching. The would-be forest guardian looked for an escape route in panic, but the big boy was already in front of him. He wore the bailiff's uniform, and he had a dangerous-looking truncheon on his belt. "Hello, Aaron. I was hoping to see you here today," he began, and Aaron instinctively flinched half a pace backwards. His blonde counterpart stuck out a hand and took Aaron's in a vice-like grip. "I couldn't apologize that time for the blow I gave your injured hand, and I wanted to do that now. You just didn't want to give up, and the rules were clear." He shrugged his shoulders in embarrassment. Aaron studied his face to see if this was just a mean trick, but he only saw genuine regret. Surprised, he shook hands, partly because he hoped Holcon would let go again, and he answered, "Forgive and forget. To tell you the truth, that blow opened doors for me. I don't think Jigral would have just healed a sprained hand in front of everybody, and then I would have failed Master Falk's challenge." Holcon did let go of Aaron's hand, only to lay an arm across his shoulder and pull him along. Aaron might as well have been fighting with an ox, so he gave in. "Come on, let's look for your wiry friend and have a drink. I was paid today. The drinks are on me." The idea of a drink was tempting, and Holcon's presence would guarantee protection from Sven and his cronies. "Sounds good. Let's go," said Aaron, with a bit more enthusiasm than he actually felt, and the two made their way between the tables. Later that evening, Aaron rose from the table at which he, Lycus, Holcon, and 3 other boys from the village had been celebrating, and made his way unsteadily to the toilet. He had overindulged on the wine, and now he was feeling the effects. His master had left an hour earlier, but gave him permission to stay on, and so he had carried on celebrating, and come to realize that Holcon was much friendlier now than in the past, even if he was still a bit slow on the uptake. Aaron stepped out of the light and between the trees in the forest. Falk had taught him the best place in the forest to pass water without leaving any traces, and Aaron was making use of this lesson now. He giggled over this creative use of his education, swayed and buttoned up his trousers, when suddenly a sharp pain exploded in the region of his kidneys. As if struck by lightning, he collapsed with a scream to the ground and felt several feet landing kicks on him. He rolled up into a ball and protected his face with his hands, but his attackers kept finding places he couldn't protect. It seemed like an eternity before Aaron heard worried calls and hasty footsteps approaching. Some of the revellers must have heard the commotion, and his tormentors finally stopped kicking. Someone spat in his face, and the battered boy could just make out a silhouette looming over him in the darkness of the forest. Then the attackers were gone, and within a few seconds the first villagers arrived. Aaron's whole body ached, and he could only stand with the help of others. And so Holcon and Lycus held him under his arms and hauled him home. As soon as they'd entered the cabin, Falk was up and questioning Aaron's friends, but they had seen nothing, so he thanked them and sent them home. Falk helped Aaron get undressed and carefully examined his wounds. Then he clicked his tongue and said, "A blessing in disguise. You have so much flesh and muscle on your ribs that there's nothing broken. You'll be right as rain soon enough." He spent the next hour putting on bandages with herbal essences, always asking Aaron which herb he should use and why. His protégé was shocked that he should be asked these questions in the condition he was in, but he understood that he would not forget these herbs and their medicinal effects for the rest of his life. The rest of the autumn festival was very boring for Aaron. He had to stay in bed and rest his ribs, while Lycus and Holcon would drop by from time to time and bring some of the feast-day roast or treats from the bakers. Witness statements proved fruitless, and of course Sven claimed not to have anything to do with it. The boys were convinced that he was behind the cowardly attack, but for the moment their hands were tied, and if that wasn't boring enough, Falk became even more reticent than before, and hardly came into the cabin. When Aron complained to his friends about this, Lycus answered, "I think he's blaming himself for not having been there to protect you." That seemed plausible somehow, seemed to fit with his behaviour, and that reassured the young boy a little. Aron was allowed to take up his training again, to a limited degree. The weeks passed with their normal rhythm, except that Falk, with dogged determination, had moved on to training him in the art of close combat. The economical feinting movements and flowing attacks looked simple, but were so difficult that Aron wondered if he would ever master them. The second change to their daily routine was, of course, God's Day, which Aron, with newly starched shirt and linen trousers given to him by Keeper Jugral, now spent in the priest's charge. The keeper taught him about the entity of the three, and especially about the love of the moulder. He also taught him reading, writing, and simple arithmetic. Aron could always relax at this point, for through Lycus's friendship he had already learned everything the priest knew about numbers. Reading was another matter. Aron just didn't understand why anybody would go to the trouble of writing things down when he could speak the story so much more quickly. He asked the keeper about this, and he responded, "You are right there, it does go more quickly, but think about it. The other must listen and understand everything correctly, or some of the knowledge will be lost. He cannot alter what he has heard for his own benefit, or the knowledge will be falsified, and the student must pass on what he has learned, or it will be forgotten about. There is knowledge in these books that has survived for centuries, unfalsified and unforgotten. That's a miracle in itself." From then on, Aron looked at the texts from a fresh perspective, and developed a thirst for knowledge that filled the keeper with happiness. He rewarded Aron in the best way he knew how, by willingly answering every question as well as he could. Time passed, and winter set in over Jalga. The days were shorter, and Falk began to introduce Aron, in the early morning and the long evenings, to the arts of the forest guardian that didn't need daylight or much room. He learned how to pack a rucksack without water, dirt, or little animals getting in, which food you could bring with you, and for how long, and a dozen other practical things. But most of the dark hours of the day were taken up with the study of the void. During the autumn, Aron had learnt how to hit 14 of the 20 targets Falk had positioned in the clearing. His master had rammed a stake into the ground at one end of the clearing. This marked Aron's shooting position, and he had drawn small white circles of varying sizes and at different heights on the trees opposite. Most of the targets were no problem, but some of them were the size of an apple and more than 30 paces away. When it became clear that he would make no further progress without instruction, Falk lit a candle and told Aron to sit with legs crossed in front of it. "I want you to breathe in and out for as long and as slowly as you can, and just concentrate on the flame. Think of nothing else. Place all your concentration on this one spot of light." The wick of the candle had been pared back, and the flame was small and weak, so he couldn't blind himself. Strange as it seemed to Aron, these exercises proved the most difficult of any he had done in his apprenticeship. He always thought of something else, of the following day, the lessons just completed, or how pointless it was to stare at a candle. Sometimes he managed to persevere for a few minutes, but then horrible pictures would push their way towards his inner eye, his father and the way he had beaten him, the battering he had experienced at the autumn festival. When he told Fulk this, he responded, "That's normal. When our reason is at rest, it loosens the bonds with which we control the conflicts that badger us the most. The elves call this phenomenon the spirits of the void. That's a rough translation. Everyone has to come to terms with the spirits in their own way. Some learn to ignore them as one would the rustling of the leaves. Others confront their conflicts and try to get rid of them. The third way is to let go and make peace with them." "Which variation have you picked, Master?" "You don't have to decide on one. Some conflicts cannot be resolved, some cannot be ignored, and inner peace is by no means my specialty area." He tilted his head and smiled weakly. "I have confronted each vision individually and overcome them in whatever was the most suitable way. In the end, you are fighting with yourself, so you have to decide the best way on your own." Then he left Aaron alone again with the flame and his thoughts. The shirt collar pinched his neck horribly. The plain wooden bench was too small for his legs, as was the wooden desk he was squatting in front of, with the leather-bound book on top. Aaron was in a sweat, bent over his book of exercises in the overheated priest's study. He looked around furtively. The heavy bull-glass panes were free of ice, although icy cold was lurking on the other side of the wall. Deepstone hadn't experienced such a cold winter in years. Sweat was running down Aaron's face. The others didn't seem to share his problem. Lycus obviously felt as fit as a fiddle, and Holcon used his spiritual inertia to his own advantage. Lena sat beside him at every lesson in order to help him with his reading and to make eyes at him. Aaron turned to his book again, but there was the keeper, standing in front of him, looking at him with friendly yet reprimanding eyes, something he was particularly skilled at. "Now it seems Aaron wants to read something out to us. Isn't that right?" This was the priest's preferred punishment for lack of concentration. Aaron sighed inwardly. The only good thing about this was Aaron could always pick out a text he had questions about. He leafed to the front of the book and began hesitatingly to read aloud. "At the beginning of time there were 3 gods, he who is, she who feels, and he who moulds. They argued with each other about who could create the most splendid things. Their pride prevented them from working together, and so each of them began bringing their own creations to life. But each of them was incomplete without the other, and in no position to create something harmonic. He who is created the golems, beings without feeling, coarse in form and lacking intuition. She who feels created the wind whips, beings consisting of thoughts and emotions without substance or constancy. He who moulds created the transformers, being without a core, many-shaped, and fickle in spirit." Aaron stopped at this point and asked his first question. "Keeper, if these beings were so incomplete, why did the gods let them continue to exist?" A murmur of agreement filled the air, and Aaron realized he was not alone in wanting an answer. The priest nodded and smiled, as he always did when one of his students asked a good question. He answered with a counter-question. "Aaron, do you consider yourself perfect?" As always, his gentle mocking hit the spot, and even Lycus nodded his head silently. Jagral could, with few words, awaken humility in anyone. Aaron wished he knew how he managed that. The bald-headed man continued, "So you are not perfect, or one could also say incomplete. Would you like the gods to put an end to your existence?" All the students shook their heads energetically in answer. "That's what I thought. Those first beings may not have been complete, but they existed now. They weren't to blame for their nature, and the gods knew this. If you create something, you are also responsible for it. You should make note of that." He turned to Aaron and said, "Carry on." The boy cleared his throat and continued. "The gods saw that their attempts were not whole and complete, and none of their creations reflected their dreams. They saw that they would have to help each other, and so they laid their disagreements aside. The union of the three was born, a coming together of the gods, three wills with one goal. Each awakened a people according to their plans, supported through the powers of the other gods, for it was only together they could give their creations a harmony through essence and stability. He who is created the dwarves, a people of unbelievable strength, stamina, and stubbornness, hardly flexible but firm and clear in form, and with deeply rooted feelings. And he who is was pleased and thanked his brother and his sister. She who feels created the elves, spiritually adept creatures of fragile form, adaptable and instinctively seeking harmony with their surroundings. Alone of the peoples they tried, of their own free will, to make friends with the first incomplete beings, and she who feels was pleased and thanked her brothers. He who moulds created the people, creations of adaptability and creative spirit which far surpassed their substance and ability to feel, and so they did not live long and were volatile in their actions, but were capable of great beauty. And he who moulds was pleased, and thanked his brother and his sister. Inspired by their success, the gods now wanted to create a world in which their creations could grow and flourish. Their joy and desire were so big that they created a world of enormous size, far larger than planned. They constantly had new ideas and could not stop themselves. He who is placed himself in its core and gave it the foundations, from which a part of himself and his substance would flow into every living being. She who feels became at one with the wind and whispered to every living being their task and their place in the world, so all would be in a harmonious whole. He who moulds laid himself in the water, formed through his strength mountains and rivers, made the land fertile, and gave to all creatures of the world the desire to change. They determined to call the world Jorath, which means perfect in the language of the gods, for that is what it was in their eyes. But the creation had exhausted them. They wanted rest to replenish their strength, and so they created the custodian, who would guard their creation as long as they were resting. The creation was complete, and the long sleep of the gods began. "That's enough for now," said Keeper Jigral firmly. "Some parts of this story shouldn't be told in the dark part of the year. We shall continue at the spring ceremony." A heavy silence had descended on the room, and Aaron was disappointed. The important part was yet to come, and he had so many questions. "Off home with you now, and think about what I have told you." All the children said good-bye to each other outside the chapel and quickly went their various ways. Nobody wanted to stay out in the cold any longer than necessary, partly because the Sunday wear under the heavy winter coats offered little protection from the cold. But Aaron was in a ruminative mood. He looked at the chapel in its stillness, with its covering of snow which covered the shingles that adorned the building. The wooden walls were painted white, the precious windows were warmly lit by the bright fire that burned within. The large engraved symbol of the 3 over the double doors seemed to look down on the boy, who realized, much to his own surprise, that he really looked forward to the God's Day visits in spite of the lessons and the uncomfortable clothing. The sense of community was particularly strong at these times, and the other boys were at last treating him as one of their own. It had begun to snow again, a fine light veil of crystals, which lent an air of peacefulness to the fading light of the winter afternoon. Thick, heavy blue-grey clouds hung low in the sky and promised a heavy snowfall in the coming night. Aaron pulled himself out of his reverie and stamped with crunching steps through the blanket of white which almost reached to the top of his boots. If he went carefully, he could avoid getting his impractical linen trousers wet. He went through the silent village cautiously, his classmates having long since disappeared. Nothing spoiled the dreamy picture. Smoke was rising from the chimneys of the wooden houses, and Aaron could see light flickering through their closed windows. In the past these images had made him melancholy, but now he was happy to be going home. Home. When had he started seeing the guardian's cabin as home? Lost in thought, Aaron walked past the back of the tavern to take the short-cut through the forest, when he saw a black bundle on the ground about as big as a man. It was lying motionless a few paces from the back door at the foot of a tree. Aaron looked around carefully and approached it cautiously. He'd learned his lesson about treacherous ambushes and wasn't going to fall into that trap again. As he approached it, he realized the bundle was a man who had curled up and fallen asleep. He was already covered in a fine layer of snow, and it wouldn't take long before he was completely covered. No one would have noticed him until it was too late. Aaron bent down to help the poor unfortunate up, but recoiled when he saw his father's sleeping face. He almost hadn't recognized him. The nose was laced with red veins. The pouches under his eyes hung heavily. His face was gaunt, and he was covered in a stubbly beard which had been roughly cut into shape with a knife. Aaron plucked up courage and bent over him to pull him up, only to be met by an unholy stench. Apparently he hadn't had a bath in quite some time. He wrinkled up his nose and pulled the sleeping man up into a sitting position. He was so drunk that he barely woke. After a lot of effort, Aaron finally succeeded in pulling him up the trunk of the tree until he was more or less in a standing position. He blinked, but didn't seem to recognize his son. Aaron threw his father's arm over his shoulders and stumbled with him painfully, slowly, towards his family house. His linen trousers were now soaked from the snow. His shoulders were aching from the weight of the drunkard, and Aaron had to breathe through his mouth because of the stench. After what seemed like an endless battle, they finally arrived at the low cabin that had been his home for so long. Aaron shoved open the door and dragged his father to his bed. The house was extremely warm, as always, so there was no fear of his father catching the Blue Death. He took off his father's wet coat and laid Edric down under his blanket. He stoked the embers, put some timbers on it to restart the fire, which would last a few hours. Then he went to the door, turned around again to look at the room and the sleeping person. He had saved his father's life today. The onset of darkness and the falling snow would have sealed his fate. A life for a life, Aaron remembered, quoting to himself the old saying about earthly judgment. He turned on his heels, closed the door, and didn't look back. Once he'd arrived back at the guardian's cabin, he told his master what had happened. Falk looked at him earnestly. "You did the right thing," he said, "and I think what happened is partly my fault." "How do you mean?" Aaron was confused. "I hadn't planned on telling you, but your father accosted me on the second day of the autumn festival. Said if I was using the old customs against him, then I should really follow all of them. He demanded compensation. Apprentices used to be bought from their parents. He wanted a guinea. Aaron gasped in surprise. Guineas were made out of gold and were extremely valuable. A good horse would cost at least 5 guineas. Falk continued calmly, I gave him 3, divesting him of his pledge, so he would never bother us again. 3 golden guineas. Where did Falk get so much money? His father would live off that for 2 years without lifting a finger. No wonder he had drunk himself into oblivion. He had more than enough money for the tavern now. Falk sighed. Well, sometimes the quickest way to destroying a man is by giving him what he thinks he wants. Aaron thought about this for the rest of the evening, and decided to be more careful with his wishes in future. Bright sunshine and a crystal-clear, if bitingly cold sky had lured Aaron into the stillness of the clearing and away from the house. There was no breeze on this winter morning. The conditions were ideal, and he could work on the targets that were still getting the better of him. He hung his quiver on the stake that marked his shooting position, and looked at the strips of material he had hung on one of the branches. The red strip hung limply, no wind, and a clear view. Quickly and confidently he shot the arrows at the first targets. These had been as easy as pie for him for a long time, but Falk's instructions had been clear. An arrow would have to hit every target before he would teach him the next lesson. Carelessness and hubris have killed more forest guardians than lack of skill. Nature rarely forgives arrogance, he added. Aaron had learned how to cut his own arrows in the meantime, so he used these for the easy targets, and kept the ones that Falk had given him for the more difficult exercises. He still hadn't quite mastered the fletching, so he used the 6 perfectly balanced projectiles very sparingly, and always retrieved them if he missed the target. A few minutes later, and everything was ready. 15 arrows had reached their targets. 5 had yet to be hit. Aaron took one of the good arrows confidently and breathed in deeply. The spirits of the void had become a lot fainter since his last encounter with his father, and he found it easier to briefly inhabit the trance-like state before his subconscious would distract him, and he'd have to start again. But 2 seconds were an eternity in archery, and he wanted to use them well today for his purposes. He concentrated on the image of the faint candlelight with his inner eye, and emptied his thoughts while breathing slowly and regularly. He looked at the small head-sized circle that Falk had painted on the trunk between 2 stems. From where he was standing, he calculated he would need to shoot the arrow perfectly through the gap between the 2 branches, or the arrow would ricochet off one of them. As he felt his body relaxing and his eyes focusing exclusively on this small white target, he extended the bow, aimed, and shot. The void vanished immediately. Tension, the thrill of anticipation, and fear all combined within him as he watched the arrow nearing its target. He let out a cry of joy as the tip bored into the upper third of the circle. Not perfect, but good enough. Satisfied, he reached for the next arrow and took aim at the next target. This one he liked least. The chalk outline was big, almost as big as a pig, proudly revealing itself way up at the top of a conifer, like a white eye looking at him mockingly. This shot was treacherous because Aaron knew that if he missed the target, the arrow would fly 100 or 200 paces beyond the tree and land in a dell that he would have to search. So far, the pressure not to fail had led each time to him doing just that. Quietly cursing his dastardly master, Aaron tried to conjure up the void. After 3 futile attempts, he was finally ready. The arrow left the bowstring, went in a perfect arc, missed the target by a mere handspan, only to sink into the valley beyond. Now Aaron cursed aloud and briefly considered the option of leaving the arrow to itself. But then he imagined how Falk would look if he noticed one of his presents had been lost, and so he set off. Half an hour later he found the projectile, which had become trapped in a thorn bush. He collected it and was closing up his quiver when he noticed a red spot in the dirty white drabness of the forest floor. Aaron was curious and went closer. It was blood, fresh blood. The trail led to another thorn bush, which looked quite battered, as if something big had run through it. Perhaps an injured stag, Aaron thought excitedly. Falk would certainly be proud of him if he were to come home with some wild game, and an injured animal would have hardly any chance of surviving in winter, and that way they could spare a healthy one. Aaron stood stock still and listened. He could hear faint breathing sounds from behind the bush. He moved forward very slowly and carefully, just as he had learnt, and tried pushing his way noiselessly through the thorny branches. There was a light wind blowing down here, and he was convinced that it was coming from the right direction. He was downwind. So far so good. The stag wouldn't be able to smell him. Aaron lay down on his stomach, and the cold snow sucked the warmth out of his body in an instant as he slowly elbowed his way forward. Finally, through the branches, he saw a stag lying at the foot of an enormous boulder. There was blood everywhere, and the entrails of the poor animal were hanging in shreds from the surrounding bushes and shrubbery. Aaron looked in shock at the scene and tried to comprehend which animal had attacked. Then a thought struck him. The deer was clearly dead, but he'd heard breathing coming from this direction. He listened intently, but the blood was pounding in his ears with excitement, and he could no longer hear it. His heart was beating wildly as he stood there stock still, not moving an inch. Feverishly he wondered what animal could have done this damage, and he could only think it must have been a rabid bear. This thought put the apprentice into a state of panic. He forced himself to take deep, regular breaths as he tried to reach the void. He didn't quite get there, but at least he was thinking clearly again. He was slowly crawling backwards when the black rock where the stag was lying began to move. A huge paw became visible, and the enormous black wolf, which had been curled up beside its prey, stood up in one flowing motion. The animal was at least 1 head taller than Falk and as long as a horse. Its fur was so black that it seemed to swallow all light. The monster stood up on its hind legs and stretched its nose into the wind. As it was sniffing loudly, Aaron noticed that its right front leg was damaged, and the creature was holding it close to its chest. The boy could see a furry pattern running between the forepaws, a strangely convoluted spiral of dark red fur. It stood out like a brand on the rest of the jet-black body. The creature's eyes burned a fiery red. No pupils, nothing. Only 2 half-moons that stared at him as the blood-wolf slowly turned its head and looked him directly in the eyes. Aaron spun around, ignoring the thorns that were scratching his face and injuring him, and broke through the undergrowth. Behind him he could hear a blood-curdling howl, deeper and more ferocious than any wolf he had heard before. He redoubled his efforts. He had managed about 10 paces when he heard the dark one crashing into the thorn bush. Another 8 paces, a quick look behind, and he could see that the monster would break free any second and have a clear run. For a split second he thought of using the bow, but if he wanted to stop it, he would have to shoot the beast through the throat or through one of its eyes as it was charging on him. That may have sounded exciting and heroic in the old stories, but Aaron really didn't feel like betting his life on it. The surrounding trees were too small to offer protection, so he wouldn't be able to climb to safety. The clearing. If he could manage to get there, there were enough trees that were high enough. The prospect of an escape gave him the courage to run on. The distance between himself and the murderous beast was at least 40 paces, once it had freed itself from the thorn bush, and it began to run. It had a limp. It obviously couldn't move its crippled foreleg, and that gave Aaron hope, at least until he risked another look over his shoulder after a few more paces. His hunter was gaining 3 or 4 paces with every one of its bounds, and would catch him within a few heartbeats. Aaron raced as fast as he could, straining every sinew in his body. He leapt over bushes and ducked with agile movements under low-hanging branches. His arms worked like pumps to keep his forward momentum going at full pelt. He practically flew through the forest, and a small part of him now understood how his master's varied lessons were coming together to work as a whole. But most of his thoughts were concerned with the fact that he could only enjoy this realization for a few brief seconds until the blood wolf tore him limb from limb like a little rag doll. His nerves were completely frayed by now. He tried to make use of his smaller size by constantly feinting in order to ensure there were as many tree trunks as possible between himself and the blood wolf. This tactic only slowed him down, and the distance between them was shrinking mercilessly. 100 more paces to the incline, and on top of that was the clearing with the practice targets. Aaron calculated that he would manage about half the distance before he felt the fangs of the wolf on his body. Still, he ran on. With sweeping strides, he leapt up the hill, but he could already feel the beast breathing down his neck. With a yell, he stormed onwards, at the same time drawing his knife. Were the creature to grasp him, he wasn't going to give up his life easily. It was only a few strides to the top of the hill, and the familiar edge of the clearing appeared before him. Any second, and he'd feel the hard claws boring into his skin, and the long teeth would finish him off. Aaron grasped his knife harder, and was about to spin around to see his killer in the eye. But suddenly, an enormous, silver-white spectre appeared over the crest of the embankment, and came hurtling towards him. He flung himself to the side and caught a glimpse of horns, white fur, and swirling hooves. With his nose in the earth, he heard a deafening crash as the blood wolf and Aaron's mysterious saviour smashed into each other. He picked himself up quickly and saw a furious ball of black and silver-grey fur rolling down the embankment. He could hardly believe his eyes, and not wanting to push his luck, he ran on as fast as he could until he finally reached the safety of the cabin. Falk leaped up when his apprentice stormed in, closing the door behind him with a crash. Aaron doubted that this door, made of flimsy wood, could really stop the blood wolf, but for the moment he was happy with the illusion of safety. He collapsed into a heap, and for the next few minutes couldn't stop shivering. He wanted to warn his master, but his teeth were chattering uncontrollably. He tried uttering "wolf" a few times before eventually giving up. Falk knew a case of shock when he saw it, and poured a beaker of calming tea out for him. But his apprentice still needed help in drinking it, and managed to spill half of it. Once the brew had performed its task, Falk let his apprentice relate the story right from the start. At first he thought the apprentice had encountered his first wolf alone in the wild, and hysteria had done the rest. But when Aaron began describing the animal, he became very tense. He had often experienced how victims of an animal attack would exaggerate their attacker's size and danger, but the boy had certainly not imagined the red eyes. "All right, then, that must have been a blood wolf. Now we have to find out how strong the beast is." Falk began to put on his gear and took up the bow. "Was the fur dark red or reddish-black?"
"Neither. The fur was jet black. It didn't even reflect the light," the young boy blurted.
"That's not good. The wolf isn't just fully grown, but also very old. The more they kill, the redder the fur. Then the red becomes darker and darker, and at some point it's black. By now he was fully equipped and opening the chest. This, Aaron knew, contained his master's most prized possessions.
"Then at least it's not so mighty," said Aaron, relieved. "It had a red area between the forepaws."
At this, Falk spun around and grabbed the startled boy by the shoulders. "What a strange place! Describe it!"
"An elaborate spiral, thin and bright red," blurted the boy.
Falk let his apprentice go and started cursing loudly. Aaron stared wide-eyed at his master, who was letting forth a torrent of abusive language. Once he had calmed down, he sat down on a stool, hung his head, and said, "I'm sorry, but that was necessary. If the monster is that size, it must be at least 400 years old. The patterns develop only over time and after countless victims have died. Don't get me wrong, but actually you should be dead." He looked at Aaron doubtfully.
"It only had 3 good legs. One foreleg is crippled,"
argued the apprentice. Falk only grunted.
"But it would definitely have caught me if it weren't for the grey thing," Aaron added.
His master sat bolt upright. "What kind of grey thing?" Aaron shrugged his shoulders.
"It suddenly appeared and jumped on top of the wolf, something with horns and silver-grey fur. I couldn't tell exactly what it was."
Falk leapt up so quickly that he knocked over the stool. All colour had drained from his face, and he gasped, "Salsina!" Before Aaron could figure out if this was an elfish curse or a name, the old man had stormed out of the door without saying another word. The young boy was torn between fear and awareness of his responsibilities, and sat frozen on his stool. After a few moments he jumped up with a "Damn!" and ran after his mentor and directly towards where the blood wolf might be lying in wait for them. Branches were once again whipping his face, and his chest was rising and falling like a bellows. But this time, the gods be cursed, he was running in the wrong direction. His master was a silhouette in the afternoon light, and no matter how fast Aaron tried to catch up with him, he simply couldn't. Branches, roots of trees, bushes and twigs just seemed to slide off him. His every movement was efficient and precise, just sufficient to avoid obstacles without ever slowing his tempo. Aaron would have admired this sight under normal circumstances, but at the moment he had neither the time nor the nerve. Every so often Falk would cry out, "Salsina!" and Aaron was sure now it must be a name. It seemed that he must know the creature that had saved him, and was more concerned for its safety than for his own.
"Or for my safety," thought Aaron for a moment.
Then he realized how selfish this thought was. This creature, whatever it was, had saved his life. The practice clearing appeared in front of them, and Aaron began to grow seriously afraid again. His steps became slower and more hesitant, and he dropped further back. His master had reached the middle of the clearing and stood there, rooted to the spot. He was murmuring something so quietly that Aaron couldn't understand it. The forest guardian tilted his head sideways, as his apprentice had seen him do so often in the previous few months. Then he nodded and said something again. Aaron trotted over to his master and caught his breath by putting his hands on his knees. Luckily, Falk seemed to have calmed down. He didn't seem to want to run any further, but was looking intently at the far side of the clearing. There, only a few paces further, where the two creatures had clashed. For a few moments nothing happened. Then an animal came slowly out of the undergrowth and approached the two of them, with its head hanging. A bloodied head and flanks, and even Falk drew his breath in sharply. He took a step forward, tilted his head again, and nodded. His shoulders relaxed. Aaron saw his rescuer approaching, and now he could make out details. At first he had thought the animal was a large horse, but now he saw the massive bone plate that covered its head, and the 3 horns protruding from it. The top one was long and spiral with a tapered tip. The middle and lower ones were identical, small and curved, with a serrated edge. The creature had a broader chest than any horse he had ever seen, and its fur shone a soft grey, emitting a mysterious silver shimmer wherever it hadn't been soaked with blood. A thick mane and mighty hooves rounded off the picture. It came to a halt about a pace away, and raised its head so that its silver eyes seemed to stare directly at Fulk. He reciprocated the look, cleared his throat, and said, "Aaron, may I introduce Celsina to you?" This information came as no surprise to Aaron at this point. He was sure this must have been the name of his rescuer. But one thing wasn't clear. What was it doing here? He had a suspicion, but that was absurd. "Is that a unicorn?" he asked in the silence. Fulk winced, and the animal snorted scornfully, as if it wanted to answer. "Please don't say that," his master rebuked him. "You sound like an idiot to her. The correct title would be Titijunanwa, which roughly translated means 1 horn, 2 daggers, 3 hearts, 4 hooves, protect the forest. People made that into the word unicorn." As he was speaking, he began to carefully examine the creature's head and flanks. "I could just call you A from now on, because the rest is too complicated for me, and that wouldn't be half as insulting as unicorn." And another disparaging snort from the enormous nostrils. "Just call her Celsina," said Fulk, as he finished his explanation, while he gently stroked the bloodied areas with the flat of his hand. The blood simply flowed to the ground, and not a drop was left on the hide. The animal was completely clean again within 24 heartbeats, apart from 3 long bruises on the flank where the blood-wolf had injured it with a paw swipe. Aaron looked in amazement at the pool of blood in the snow. "Nothing sticks to her hide," explained Fulk, "and so, for example, she cannot be poisoned by the spittle of a grave frog." He bent down, examined the cuts, and continued, "which probably explains the fairy tales about purity, maidenhood, and all that nonsense." Aaron had slowly taken a step forward and looked Celsina directly in the eyes. A happy feeling came over him, just as if he were seeing Lycus again, and he smiled in spite of himself. Fulk stood up straight and said, "They are empaths, and can sense feelings and transmit them. And let me make one thing clear. If a Titijananwa gores you, then you're dead, virgin or not, whatever any of the stories might claim." Aaron pulled back instinctively, but a merriment immediately spread within him as the elven horse snorted. "Is she laughing at me?" asked Aaron, taken aback. "But of course she is. She's more clever than you are," said Fulk with a smile. He tilted his head and added, "more clever than both of us." He patted the animal's neck, and another feeling of joy passed through Aaron. It was strange, but fascinating at the same time. The old man understood his look and said, "You'll learn quickly how to ignore them, unless she wants you to know something. By the way, we can head back to the cabin now, she says. The blood wolf has fled." His master turned around and went back beside Celsina, and with a spring in his step started walking towards the cabin. This news was music to Aaron's ears, and with a last anxious look over his shoulder, he followed the pair. He stayed in the background on the way home and watched the unlikely couple. Fulk stayed close to Celsina's side and from time to time whispered things into her ear. Sometimes he would tilt his head to the side before answering. Aaron could feel joy, excitement, and sometimes annoyance coming from the animal. "She can talk to you, can't she?" he asked. They both stopped abruptly, and Aaron realized that he had asked the question out loud. He blushed, but his master only nodded. Yes, that's right. A certain situation has made it possible for us to talk to each other. She can hear what I think, and vice versa, except that I'm a bit out of practice, and I have to ask my questions out loud to muster the necessary concentration.
So if you tilt your head, then she's talking to you?
Aaron was very proud that he had figured this out for himself. Do I do that? I never noticed, answered his master thoughtfully. Another crutch I can hopefully get rid of soon.
Why are you out of practice?
Aaron wanted to know. Falk scowled and said, We had different opinions about something very important. We didn't talk to each other for a long time. I was in the wrong. That's all I'm going to say. Celsina snorted. The rest of the journey passed in silence, although Aaron was dying to ask dozens more questions. But Falk kept his head tilted the whole time, and judging by his face, he was on the receiving end of a long and detailed lecture from Celsina. Aaron was comforted by the irony that his master was getting a dressing down for a change, and he smiled to himself. All thoughts of the blood wolf, which was lurking somewhere out there in the forest, were forgotten for a few precious minutes. Chapter 9. I don't understand why I didn't notice the monster earlier. There were practically none of the typical telltale signs in the forest. No massacres of wolves and bears, no sways of destruction in the undergrowth, no woodcutters ripped apart. Falk threw his arms in the air and looked questioningly out the window to where Celsina was standing. Aaron listened and shivered, but didn't say a word. Talking about the Dark Ones wasn't half so terrifying any more since he had faced the monster the previous day. Nothing could compare with the raw presence of the massive body with its black hide and muscles, which meant certain death. Aaron got up and began to clear up the breakfast, which had ended once his master had finished his exclamation. Speaking had been kept to a minimum the evening before. Celsina had settled down comfortably outside the cabin, and Falk had assured Aaron that she would keep watch. It had been obvious to Aaron that he wasn't going to get any more answers that night, and it seemed that they were safe for the time being, so he lay down and promptly fell asleep. To his surprise, he had slept well and deeply, and without dreams. He had woken up refreshed and rested, and not, as he had expected, bathed in sweat in a rumpled bed. He had then gone to the window and seen Celsina looking at him with her soft, silvery eyes. A deep feeling of peace had spread inside him, and he understood that the animal had guarded not only the cabin but also his sleep. Yet all three were restless now. The time had come for his questions, so he ploughed on. Why didn't Celsina just kill the blood wolf? They did fight, and she seems to have won. All the scratches on her flanks were almost completely healed and only recognizable as thin red welts on her side. Falk looked at his apprentice in disbelief and snorted. Then he thought better and explained the situation. Celsina caught him off guard, an attack from close range with the main horn, her specialty, if you like. She struck him on the shoulder, and the two of them hurtled down the incline while the wolf tried to bite her on the throat. Aaron looked over at the mythical creature anxiously. He vividly remembered the long fangs of the wolf, and had no doubt at all that they could have torn apart the neck of the magical horse with one bite. She got free of him and got away from him. Had she engaged in combat for even one more second, then she'd probably have been killed. The elven horse gave a quick snort, and Falk tilted his head and then said, No false pride now, you know that's the truth. Celsina looked away. The beast ran into the undergrowth, where it has an advantage over her, and for that reason she didn't give chase. We have to look for it, said Falk into the silent room. Aaron nodded wearily. He had seen that one coming. After all, this was the main function of the forest guardian. Otherwise, he would simply be a common hunter. Falk proudly observed the stoic response of the boy, and his look softened. "The blood wolf is wounded and crippled. It is alone, and there are 3 of us. Celsina can sense its anger if it's nearby. These advantages should even up the hunt a little."
"Do you still think it's 400 years old?"
asked Aaron doubtfully. This was an unbelievable length of time that a young brain simply couldn't comprehend. "I said at least 400 yesterday. Based on Celsina's description, and its quick reaction to her attack, I would guess that he had fought already in the dark days." Aaron was flabbergasted at this news. This creature had fought in wars that he had read about in the legends during his God's Day lessons. Falk looked at his apprentice earnestly. "It's important you understand we're dealing with an old and experienced brain here. Without Celsina's equally long experience in battle, I'd have to drum up half the village. There'd be some massacre, and even then victory would be far from certain. Think about it. The more blood it spills, the stronger it becomes." Aaron looked at the creature outside the window. She was just talking to Falk, and the apprentice watched her thoughtfully. These eyes had seen things for more than 700 years. What wonders and sorrows must she have experienced? Falk laughed out loud, and the thought was gone. "She says it's not polite to talk about a woman's age. Better that we change the subject. The first thing we need are battle arrows. Our hunting arrows won't even penetrate the blood wolf's fur. I'll take care of that. You run over to Vera and get the earth paste." Aaron nodded. This was a logical step. Earth paste could camouflage individual human scents and made hunting easier. It was very difficult to make, expensive, and was only used when hunting dangerous game. Perfect for hunting blood wolves, thought Aaron grimly. The old man continued. "Celsina, you comb the forest and see if you can find its whereabouts, but in the name of the 3, be careful." She answered them both, and a feeling of comfort filled the boy. Then she spun around on her hind hooves and disappeared into the forest in the space of 2 heartbeats. Falk looked after her with concern, then looked over at his apprentice. "What are you still doing here? She says the coast is clear, but once she's gone from us, we won't know where the wolf is hiding. So stop dawdling and get back here in double-quick time." Aaron didn't need to be told twice. He threw on his woolen coat and quickly went out the door and into the silence of the drifting snow, which had fallen during the night and was now sticking. Within 2 hours he had 2 sealed jars of earth paste and was on the way home. Vera had asked him why he needed this expensive cream, but as Aaron wasn't sure what he was allowed to say, he didn't say anything, but suggested she talk to Falk. The old woman could be very indignant if you kept information from her, so Aaron left quickly before she could grill him. He would have to spill the beans sooner or later. Falk had already returned when he got back to the cabin. It turned out that Aaron could have told Vera about the blood wolf. His master had not only ordered 3 dozen battle arrows from the blacksmith, but he had also informed the village council that entering the forest was forbidden, and he had even sounded the bell in front of the village hall to lend his words more weight. The village would now be in a state of emergency until Falk rang the bell again. For the moment, no one could leave their house without good reason, and all activities in the forest were suspended. "The blacksmith said the arrows would be ready this afternoon. I have something else to take care of, and will bring them with me when I return. You look after your equipment, and especially your bow. I want you to string it with as much tension as possible. It's not going to help us if you hit the target, but the arrow simply gets stuck in the thick hide." Before Falk could give an answer, Falk had disappeared again in a cloud of tumbling snowflakes. He did as he was told, and looked after his things. His master still hadn't returned by the evening, and the boy was becoming nervous. Celsina wasn't back either, and he began imagining the worst. What if the wolf had caught the magical horse, or Falk, or both? Once darkness set in, Aaron was in the grip of his own fantasies. With his inner eye he saw the whole village, lifeless and still. Doors had been torn off with brute force, the villagers slaughtered on the spot. Aaron was the only one left, and a pair of red eyes were focused on his cabin, while in the darkness the blood wolf circled ever closer as he crept towards his prey. Aaron was beginning to flinch at every noise, and caught himself holding on to his bow and arrow for dear life. He put both aside, lit the candle, and tried to find the void. His master found him in the same position when he arrived back in the late evening. The candle had almost burned down, which meant that Aaron must have been there for several hours. The boy's head had sunk down to his chest, and he was snoring. The old man closed the door with a frown, then carefully wakened the boy by placing his hand on the boy's shoulder and gently shaking him. The apprentice looked up at him sleepily and said in a daze, "You're back late?" The blacksmith took longer because he had never made battle arrows before. I decided to wait so that we're ready whenever we need them. Aaron noticed 2 bundles on his master's back. One was a fresh oilskin, slim in shape and undoubtedly held the arrows. The other was an enormous filthy leather bag, lumpy in shape, which made a clattering sound whenever Falk moved. He placed both on the table and sat down. "Did it work?" he asked, indicating the candle. Aaron nodded first, but then shook his head. "Not really. I did calm down, but I didn't achieve the void. The spirits are strong now that the wolf is among them." Falk gave an understanding nod. The boy's subconscious would be full of images of the beast they would soon be hunting. This was down to what he'd just experienced. It was quite an achievement that he had been able to calm himself to the extent of falling asleep on his own. "A start," said Falk, and began unpacking the bundles. One of them contained the reinforced arrows, as Aaron had predicted. He picked one up to look at it more closely. The shaft was stronger and broader than the usual hunting arrow, and the tip was a dangerous-looking triangle with its tip ending in a barb. The weapon was at least 4 times as heavy as the arrows Aaron was used to. He shuddered at the thought of being struck by one of these monsters. The idea that somewhere people would be shooting these at each other in a war was unbearable and unimaginable. He quickly put the murderous instrument aside and looked with interest at his master, who was now emptying the second bag. Armored neck collars, underarm protectors, and leg guards appeared, everything made from a strange whitish material and elaborately adorned. He reached forward to touch one of the pieces, but Falk silently tapped him on the fingers and gave him a stern look. The master began to smear the pieces of armor with ash from the fireplace until they looked grey and dirty, almost like neglected iron that was just becoming rusty. Then he placed them carefully on a shelf and took the last piece out of the bag. Aaron gasped in surprise. It was a broadsword and scabbard. Broadswords were a rarity in Hajalgar, and as far as Aaron knew, there were none in Deepstone. He never would have thought that his master possessed one. "Left over from a war I'd rather not think about." That was all the master had to say about the matter. The rest of the evening passed by in silence. The snow fell more heavily that night. Celsina returned in the morning and informed Falk that she hadn't been successful in her search. He stood at the window and looked out at the white landscape with a frown. "The snow is already knee-deep. A hunt is out of the question for the next few days. The villagers won't be happy that work will be impossible during this time," complained Fulk. "But Celsina will keep on looking. The good news is that the blood wolf doesn't seem to have made its lair in the vicinity. That's certainly lessened the probability of immediate danger." He turned around to his apprentice. "We'll spend the whole day practicing with the battle arrows, and when your arms are exhausted, we'll practice stalking. I want you to be as prepared as possible." The whole of the next week was taken up with this routine. Now and again Celsina sensed the rage of the monster and began to encircle its hiding place. Meanwhile, Aaron grew used to the new weaponry, and his master taught him more about the art of stalking. The villagers waited patiently, but on the 5th evening one of the most senior of the village elders came to their door and asked how long the danger was likely to continue. Fulk knew that this situation could not continue indefinitely, and when Celsina reported on the evening of the 9th day that she had found the creature's lair, Fulk announced, "Right, whatever about the snow, tomorrow we hunt the blood wolf." Chapter 10. The weather, at least, was reasonably kind, and so the three headed off under clear skies to confront the Dark One who was threatening their village community. One thing was bothering Aaron.
"Why is Celsina helping us? Couldn't she just gallop away, or can you control her with your thoughts?"
Fulk rubbed his beard and answered, "Firstly, she's been my companion for more years than I care to remember. We'd go through hell and high water for each other, and have done that many times. Secondly, she who feels created the Titi Jananwa to protect the forest and all its inhabitants from the Dark Ones. It's her vocation to help us." Aaron had to digest this information first. In the humans' stories, unicorns only appeared as protectors of maidens, or proved the purity of a heart by boring into the subject with their horn. If it remained whole, then the person was without malice. And there were rainbows. In every story with unicorns, you had rainbows. The creature standing before Aaron, and that Fulk had told him about, didn't fit into the legends that he had heard. When you looked at Celsina carefully, she appeared almost stocky. This was down to her broad chest, which contained the 3 hearts. The breast cage under her hide seemed to be made of a continuous breastplate, although Aaron couldn't be sure. The one on her head could be clearly seen, and gave the animal a much more martial air than what was described in the legends. They walked further northwards, far further north than Aaron had ever marched with Fulk. "That's why I hadn't noticed the wolf," Fulk realized. "Since you've been with me, I've rarely come to this part of the forest. The wolf's lair is still further north. It's too far to get there and back in one day. We're going to have to sleep in the open after the hunt." And he pointed at the heavy rucksack on Aaron's back. The apprentice was heavily weighted down today because they had taken far more equipment than usual, including many healing creams and bandages. Aaron swallowed and tried to think of something else. He was carrying the lion's share today, partly because his master was wearing the pieces of armor that he had produced from the dirty bundle. Aaron's theory was that he had hidden the bag somewhere in the forest, but the old man had refused to confirm this. The neck piece protected the lower part of Fulk's head, and the metal pieces enclosed his underarms and lower legs. He'd tied the sword to the middle of his back so that his movement would be as free as possible. The snow was up to the middle of Aaron's thighs, and he followed in his master's wake on a path that had been ploughed in the snow by Celsina's quiet steps. Celsina stopped around midday, and Falk listened to her. He nodded and said, "This is it. Somewhere within 1,000 paces is the lair, and the blood wolf is there. Let's put on the earth paste." Aaron fished out the 2 little jars as silently as possible, and they began applying the brown paste, which oozed the smells of the forest. Meanwhile, Falk ran through their strategy one more time. "Celsina will draw the beast out into the open. I'll try and land 1 or 2 arrows. Aaron, you stay in the background. Only shoot if one of us gets into distress. You just have to hit it so that it's distracted. Then we can regroup. If we're lucky, my first arrow will do the trick and it'll all be over in 10 heartbeats. Then we can head back home." He tried to smile encouragingly, but he could only manage a grimace. "Understood?" Aaron nodded, and Celsina snorted. "Right then, let's get this over with." They moved forward slowly, step by step, then stopping and listening. The elven horse corrected course a few times, whenever she located the wolf more precisely. After what seemed like an eternity, she stopped and bowed her head so that her horn was pointing towards an enormous fallen tree. The roots of the colossus had ripped a huge clump of earth out of the ground, which now stuck up into the sky like a little mountain, laced with its pattern of roots. Below this was a dark, cool hollow, shaded from the sun and prying eyes. Something dark rose and fell at regular intervals, and Aaron knew that this was the wolf's chest. Slowly they separated. Falk moved to the left, Celsina to the right, and Aaron stayed where he was until they had formed a semicircle above the hollow, each 10 paces from the next. With shaking fingers, Aaron took an arrow and lightly tensed the bowstring so that he would be quick off the mark when the time was right. It was biting cold, and yet his hands were damp with sweat, and he could hear the blood roaring in his ears. He felt at the mercy of the murderous creature, something he had never felt before. If Falk and Celsina were to fail, then he too would be killed by the blood wolf. He felt he was handing over control of his life, which was almost more frightening than the death machine they were about to attack. If he hadn't trusted his master quite so much, he would have fled by now. Instead, he looked one last time into the calm grey eyes of the old forest guardian, who looked back at him before deliberately selecting an arrow and setting it in position. A short nod of his grey head, and it began. Celsina stood on her hind legs and let forth a loud neigh which contained within it a wave of defiance which she communicated through empathy to her partners. Aaron felt the strong impulse within him and ground his teeth in agitation. The wolf reacted immediately. In one flowing movement it was up, throwing its head back, and answering the challenge with a loud, nerve-racking howl. Snow fluttered from the trees, and Aaron's teeth hurt. So far so good, he thought, and held his breath. The creature had reacted as they had expected, and already Falk let an arrow fly, which headed straight for the wolf's invitingly upstretched neck. The arrow landed with a horrible crunch, and Aaron was on the point of cheering when the wolf spun around and tried to bite the arrow, which hadn't seemed to have done it any harm. Falk shot again, this time straight at the eyes which the wolf had fixed on him. Again there was another horrible noise as the arrow hit one of the burning red half-moons, extinguishing it forever. But the angle was wrong, and the arrow lodged downward behind the cheek instead of boring into the brain. The next part of the plan involved an assault by Celsina, who was to land on the wolf's back and distract it. She was already racing for the Dark One, but the wolf turned around and plunged with incredible speed towards Falk. Falk fired another arrow, which hit the blood wolf in the breast, and a second later the monster took an almighty leap while letting forth a furious howl of pain. The black body of fangs and claws was on top of Falk in a fury of bloodlust before he had the chance to shoot off another arrow. With a furious growl, the fangs sank in and it began to bite. Seeing the situation, Aaron screamed with all his might as he prepared an arrow, but he was afraid to shoot in case he hit Falk. Celsina was still at least 5 paces away when the blood wolf raised its head, the left arm of the old man between its powerful jaws, and it tossed its head from side to side so that Falk was thrown about like a rag doll. Branches were smashed, and his master's body, which was being tossed wildly around the place, was rammed at least once into the trunk of a tree. Then Celsina, who was less hesitant than Aaron, attacked. With a neigh of fury, she rammed her horn all the way into the wolf's flank and threw it down. Falk was thrown screaming upwards in an arc before landing with a thud on the forest floor. Before the beast could catch Celsina, she had jumped away to prepare herself for another assault. Now Aaron understood what his master had tried to explain to him. The blood wolf was much faster and stronger in close combat. No matter how terrifying the ramming attacks of the Titejunanwa might be, she would have practically no chance of defending herself once the wolf had her in its grip. An evil intelligence flashed forth from the Dark One's remaining eye. It made no move to follow the magical horse, but turned to the injured Falk instead. In frustration, Celsina emitted another challenge, but this time it seemed to have no effect on the black animal. Without hesitating, it fell upon Falk again, who had turned on his back and was laboriously trying to draw his broadsword, as his arrow had been snapped by the wolf in the first attack. Aaron saw in horror that the wolf would be faster, much faster. Without thinking, he tensed the bow as far as he could and let the heavy arrow fly. The missile struck the wolf on the right shoulder just as it was looming over Falk. More surprised than injured, the monster turned its head. The blood wolf hesitated, unsure as to whether it should finish off the prey that was lying there invitingly, or if it should make for the second archer. Aaron shot a second arrow, which landed harmlessly in the beast's hide, while he screamed incoherently, less as a challenge and more as a way of counteracting his rising panic. The wolf made a decision and prepared to spring forward, which would have brought it effortlessly onto the defenseless apprentice, but Falk finally pulled the broadsword out of its scabbard. "Paladinum Theos Duralis," he called, and the Dark One threw itself in a rage at him. Falk plunged the sword into the beast's chest, but because he was half under the animal, it didn't penetrate far. He couldn't release his hands from the grip without losing his final weapon, and didn't have enough strength to push the blade in deeper. The wolf lowered its head past the steel which was sticking into it, and was about to rip Falk's head off. Sobbing, Aaron set another arrow in order somehow to help his master, when Celsina came galloping up. A flash of light from the low-setting sun shone through the branches and caught the horns of the silver animal before the armored head smashed into flesh and bones, and with an almighty crash the wolf was thrown forward and down into the old forest guardian's broadsword blade. Smoothly the sword slipped as far as the hilt into the wolf's breast. With a final howl, and as if struck by lightning, the wolf collapsed in a heap, pulling Celsina with it as her horn was stuck in the creature's spine. An unnatural silence filled the air for a moment, broken only by the irregular panting of the terrified apprentice, who was rooted to the spot, afraid of what he might find in the hollow. It was only when the body of the wolf gave a sudden jerk and he heard a muffled, "Boy, a little help would be great," that he came out of his paralysis and hurried to help his trapped master. Celsina, who must have been stunned for a moment, rose unsteadily and loosened her horn with a disgusting squelching sound from the flesh of her enemy. Her bony head was spattered with blood and bits of the wolf, and Aaron looked away with a shudder. Whoever made up these stories about unicorns had never seen a Titijananwa in action. He got down to work with a groan and started pulling Falk out from under the wolf's corpse. Some time later, and with a combined effort, they succeeded in freeing the old forest guardian. Once he was up on his feet again, he pulled the blade out of the cadaver, wiped it dry on the hide, and murmured to the sword, "You haven't let me down yet," before slipping it back into its scabbard.
"Master, what was that you called out earlier?"
asked Aaron curiously. The wolf had reacted to the call immediately and violently. "We've just slain a dark one that has been wreaking murderous havoc around the world for 500 millennium, and you want a lesson in elfish?" his master replied humorously. Aaron realized that he wasn't going to get a sensible answer today. Instead, Falk gripped his hand and said, "Yes, thank you, Aaron. Things would have turned out very differently without you." The boy was bursting with pride, at least until his master tousled his hair as if he were a child. The old codger could really spoil things at a moment's notice. A feeling of happiness surged through his thoughts when Celsina started laughing at them both, and 1 heartbeat later they were all laughing their heads off, glad to be still alive. He awoke with a start, wide-eyed and his face bathed in sweat. An old oath had been renewed, spoken by a voice he had thought lost forever. He looked over at the complicated network of lines, spirals, and convoluted signs, which almost covered the marble floor completely. He could still hear the singing reverberating in the air. Quickly, he spoke a simple spell, while, with a gruff movement of the hand, he shooed away the servant who had rushed to him when he had awoken. With full concentration he stared at the barely visible lines that led towards the west. He smiled and began adding a new sign to his magic web. Now he knew where he must look. A short time later they had lit a fire, but Aaron was still shaking like a leaf. Falk watched him sympathetically and said, "Your body has to become used to the excitement. You'll feel better soon." Aaron wasn't sure if he ever wanted to get used to the feeling of being in mortal danger, but kept the thought to himself. Falk rubbed his left shoulder absent-mindedly. His movements were still stiff. After all, the wolf's attack had almost ripped his arm off. Only the old man's athletic constitution and the underarm armor that the wolf had bitten into had prevented him from being torn apart, literally. "Have you decided yet which part you want?" the old man asked abruptly. Falk responded to Aaron's questioning look by pointing with his knife at the spread-eagled shape of the blood wolf. "That is a dark one. Tradition grants you the right to a trophy, and you've certainly earned one." The boy's thoughts turned to the grey fog-cat cloak that Falk wore at any traditional occasions. Falk could never be considered a pompous person, and so he had wondered a few times over the preceding months why he owned such a cloak at all. but the great satisfaction that came with conquering such a strong opponent explained the desire to have tangible proof of such an achievement. Aaron walked slowly around the cadaver, half afraid the blood wolf could come back to life. If this encounter had taught him anything, then it was respect for the opponent. He circled the mountain of fur and was considering whether he could use one of the fangs as a dagger when he heard a curious little whimpering sound. He turned around and went gingerly towards the source of the sound. It seemed to come from a part of the pit where the wolf had been lying. Although he watched out where he was walking, he kept stepping on dry bones which cracked and snapped under his boots. The skeletons of older prey lay all over the place, and there was a strong smell of old blood emanating from the back of the lair. Aaron was about to turn back when he heard the sound again, which he now identified as a weak whimpering. A little puppy was lying among the bones, curled up in a protective hollow with its snow-white fur. It looked up at the boy with its golden-yellow eyes while it weakly called for its mother. Aaron was overcome by a feeling of guilt mixed with an instinct to protect, and he sank to his knees, unaware of the blood from the remains of the slaughtered animals which soaked through his leggings. He gingerly stretched forward a finger, ready to pull it back at the least sign of aggression, but the little thing just sniffed at him, whimpered timidly again, and looked past Aaron towards the entrance. Before he had a chance to regret the decision, he pulled off his cloak, wrapped the whelp in it, and took the bundle in his arms. The little thing didn't protest, just snuggled into the boy's chest and closed its eyes. Celsina had sensed the turmoil within the apprentice and warned Falk that something wasn't quite right. The pair had stood up and were waiting at the edge of the hollow for him. The old man looked down at the boy with a stony expression. "Aaron, what do you have there?" The tone in his voice could have cut through rock.
"A whelp, master,"
said Aaron carefully, and pulled back the cloak a little, so that the little head became visible and blinked its eyes at the bright world. Aaron turned so that the animal couldn't see the body of its mother, and climbed out of the depression. Celsina pranced nervously on the spot, threw her head back, and the wave of emotions that she let forth, a mixture of hatred and pity, were as disturbing as those he felt himself. She gave a neigh of protest and galloped off, disappearing into the undergrowth. Falk looked angrily down at Aaron, reached a calloused hand out towards the whelp, and pulled out his dagger with the other. Did he really want to kill the whelp? The boy retreated several paces, Falk in pursuit. "Give me that!" The order was like the crack of a whip. The little thing whimpered, and Aaron shouted defiantly, "No!" Falk rolled his eyes and checked himself with difficulty. Holding the dagger in his hand, he said calmly and slowly, "That is a dark one. We kill dark ones." Aaron turned away so that his body was between the blade and the little ball of fur that was snuggling into him for protection. He wouldn't give up the whelp. His head and his heart told him that there couldn't be any relationship between the horrifying beast that had only a few short hours previously tried to slaughter them and this needy little creature. He looked at the little face with the pointy ears and pink tongue which was now licking his chin. "But he doesn't have red eyes," he argued stubbornly. All dark ones had, like the adversary who imposed his will on them. "Not yet," responded Falk heatedly, "but his master will call him at the first new moon, and if he falls into a rage and tastes blood, then they'll turn red, and then he'll be 10 times as difficult to kill. He might even tear apart one of your friends. What do you think now?" Aaron was filled with a deep-seated rage. This whelp had to pay for the sins of its mother without having the chance to live its own life free from the sins of the past. He saw himself locked trapped in his father's hut with no hope of rescue, until Falk came. He had saved him, and now he of all people was adamant that this living creature couldn't be saved. To Aaron it seemed like a betrayal. He stood up straight and said in a firm voice, "I claim this whelp as my trophy. I shall save him, and he shall live." Falk was about to say something, but then shrugged his shoulders and put his knife away. A deep sadness was etched on his face. "Good. Then I won't keep you back. Sometimes the younger generation has to learn the hard way." Then he sat down by the fire and stared into the flames. Aaron sat down warily on the other side of the fire and held the whelp close to his chest. For the rest of the evening the master and his apprentice sat in an uneasy silence. This silence continued as they made their way home the following day. When they arrived at the cabin that afternoon, Aaron was in a dilemma. He could hardly take the wolf with him into the village as long as everyone was in a panic and waiting behind their locked doors for the whelp's mother to attack. But he had to get food or the little thing would starve. That meant he would have to leave the whelp alone with Falk. The apprentice chewed on his lip before finally saying, "I want you to swear that you will do no harm to the little one." Falk grumbled as though he had expected that and said, "All right then, I swear by the three that I will not harm this animal, either directly or indirectly, until its eyes are red. Then I will kill it." That was more than Aaron had expected, and he had to admit it was a fair condition. So he simply said, "Thank you," and put the whelp down on the floor of the cabin. Falk raised his eyebrows and nodded silently. The whelp ran over to him as if to sniff his hand, and the boy could have sworn that the old man was on the point of stroking it before deciding to wave it away. But he didn't want to push his luck and said nothing more but set off for the butcher. As the door closed behind him, he could hear his master complain, "If the little boy pisses in the cabin, then you're going to clean it up with your God's day suit, do you hear me?" Aaron smiled all the way to the village. Falk had regained his gruff nature, and that was a good sign. The following days were a tough struggle as Aaron tried to improve the whelp's health. He had to work out the correct mixture of water and cooked meat pulp so that the little thing could keep his food down. He used all his knowledge of healing herbs so he could add the correct plants that would help the young animal to survive the adaptation. By the 6th day it was clear that the wolf would make it, and that lifted a load off Aaron's mind. His master kept his promise, but did not help the boy. The old man spent a lot of time outside with Celsina, who refused to come nearer than 20 paces from the cabin. Aaron felt her attitude didn't help the situation, but it didn't throw him off continuing to raise the whelp. Falk had been paying him the apprentice wage since the autumn festival. Aaron hadn't touched it up until this point, but now he bought everything he needed that would help provide for his little furry friend. The new moon was 10 days away, and then his master would realize that Aaron had been proven right. The boy wouldn't even consider the possibility of failure and its consequences. The 2 forest guardians were acclaimed as heroes among the villagers, as they had driven away the shadow of the evil one from Deepstone. There were a few doubters who claimed that the wolf had never existed, and this had just been a trick to curry favor among the community. Falk nicked this rumor in the bud by unceremoniously dumping the head of the beast in the village square. Aaron could imagine who had been spreading these malevolent rumors, but he was too preoccupied with looking after the whelp, and anyway, he didn't really care. Aaron played as much as possible with the young wolf, held him close every night, and fed him with such earnestness that it nearly brought tears to Falk's eyes. The tragic end was fast approaching, and he could only hope that the boy would get over it. The animal became ever more restless as the new moon approached. It snarled for no reason and snapped at Aaron a few times when they were playing. The boy reacted with stoic equanimity, cut a few strips off an old cloak, wrapped these around his arms, and continued playing. Falk respected his apprentice's determination, and remembered the previous year's apprenticeship trials when a timid young boy with a broken arm stubbornly defied a far stronger opponent. And so the day they had both been fearing arrived. The young wolf was irritable and tried to leave the cabin at every opportunity. Aaron became more and more frustrated. Falk finally took pity on him and decided to give the young boy's plan a chance. "What do you intend to do?" he asked. Aaron jutted out his chin and said, "I'll chain him up if necessary." "That won't work," said Falk. "That's already been tried. The frenzy ensures that he'll snap the rope, or the animal will strangle himself on it." "It's been tried already?" Aaron was stunned. "Not just once, 100 times, without success. I'll admit most of the animals were older when they were found. You've had an unusual amount of time for him to get used to you, but no, it has never worked. Either the animals escaped, or killed themselves in the process, or ripped apart their minders. First, there's the frenzy, and if they then drink a drop of blood, it's too late. The eyes change color, and a new dark one has been created. Herbs are useless during the frenzy, too, so you can't drug them." A heavy silence hung over the room. Aaron could think of only one way out. "Then I'll hold on to him for the whole night." Falk looked doubtfully at the young animal, which was pacing the room and growling. The wolf had grown to the length of his arm over the previous 10 days. "You want to hold on to a wolf in frenzy for the whole night and stop him from getting one drop of your blood into his mouth?" "Of course." Aaron was warming even more to the idea. "I'll stuff my arms with material, hold his head in an arm grip, and I'll hold his tummy in a grip with my other arm. I'll always stay at his back, so he can't bite me. He won't be able to strangle himself in my arms. The stuff is too soft, and I can adjust the strength of my grip. And he won't be able to escape either." The boy beamed at his master. Falk rubbed his eyes wearily. "Aaron, that might work for an hour. Then you'll get tired and make a mistake." But his apprentice was already gathering together the strips of cloth he had worn when playing during the previous few days. He tied them tightly to his arms with strips of leather, and lay down beside the young wolf, who tried to jump to the side. He quickly had him in the grip he had described to his master, and now he was lying on his side, the animal pressed closely to him. The whelp was growling quietly but not moving. The young boy's face filled with a triumphant grin, and he called out, "It's working!" Falk stared at him, too tired and sad to discuss the matter any more. "All right, we'll do it like this. You hold on tightly. I'll sit over there on the stool with my dagger. As soon as your insane plan fails, I'll do everything I can to save your life." The finality with which Falk described the failure of his plan was like a slap in the face. He avoided making eye contact with his master for the rest of the day and concentrated on perfecting his arm protectors while the night slowly approached. "Aaron, it's time," said Falk, in an unusually soft voice. Dusk had settled over the forest, and the sparkling landscape of snow outside had transformed into a collection of faint grey shapes. Soon there would be the total darkness common to new moons. The whelp had been standing in the corner for some time, shaking and growling at the two of them. Aaron gave a tentative nod and then strapped the padding to his arms. The old man watched him for a while and finally started giving him advice. The construction of cloth and leather straps had to be snug to the arms without cutting off the blood supply, but not so loose that the wolf could use the wriggle room to twist around in the apprentice's arms and rip out his throat. Aaron moved slowly towards the young wolf, speaking reassuringly to him. Meanwhile, Falk was tensely chewing on his lips. There were two major weaknesses in Aaron's plan. There was the danger that his strength would not last, and the wolf might succeed in turning. The frenzy would last until sunrise, and this was a night in the middle of winter. For Falk, the result was not in doubt. The padding and the leather jerkin would, in the eyes of the master, only protect the boy until he intervened, and that would be at the moment the animal was lost to the great betrayer. He had tried to persuade Aaron to wear a neck guard to protect against a throat bite, but the stubborn boy would hear nothing of it, because if his neck was stiff, he wouldn't be able to keep a constant eye on the animal. At last the apprentice picked the whelp up quickly and carried him to his bed. He lay down with his back to the wall so he could use the stability of the wood, and crossed his arms over the front of the wolf, one arm bent around the animal's neck, the other around the stomach just above the hind legs. The wolf began to defend himself and snarled dangerously, but Aaron continued to speak soothingly to him. Falk was close to tears as he saw the heart-breaking, inevitable conclusion that was drawing nearer. He took the stool and sat 2 paces away and in full view of Aaron. He had pulled out his dagger, but held it hidden. "I'm here, boy," he said in a hoarse voice, "as long as it takes." Aaron looked up in gratitude to his mentor. The wolf wasn't as strong as he had feared, and he had no problem preventing his attempts to escape. This gave him courage. The light faded noticeably, and Falk placed a big log on the fire which would burn for many hours. He could see from his stool, with the flickering light of the fire, how the young animal was struggling harder to escape from Aaron's grip. The growling was becoming deeper and more threatening, and the young boy's body was swaying from side to side with the animal's movements. Beads of sweat appeared on Aaron's face as he noticed that the wolf was producing more strength than he could have imagined. His arms were beginning to hurt, and he had to keep reminding himself not to injure the whelp by squeezing too hard. The evening moved on inexorably, and it was now completely black outside the cabin. The animal was struggling incessantly in his arms, snapping the air, trying to twist and turn, scratching with his paws. Aaron tried to keep pressed against the wall so he could preserve his strength. The padding on his arms was holding, as were the leather leggings, but the kicks were painful nonetheless. Any time he thought he had adjusted to the wolf's resistance, the whelp would increase his efforts. The burning in his arms had now spread to his shoulders and back. He was panting, and much to his consternation, the little body in his arms didn't seem to be tiring, but rather gaining in strength. Falk stood up and came towards him slowly with the drawn dagger. "No!" the boy screamed at the top of his voice and gripped harder. Then he saw that his mentor was holding a goblet in his other hand. He approached Aaron from above and poured some water, laced with herbs, down his throat, being careful not to come too close to the wolf's fangs. At first, Aaron hadn't wanted to drink anything for fear it was a sleeping potion, but then he smelled the life fern and wolf herb. He drank down the herbal tea greedily, knowing it would give him strength and ease the pain. He tried to reach the void, although all the muscles in his body were tense. Soon the herbs did their job, and he fell into a sort of trance. The whelp struggled in his arms, but the boy was steadfast. After some hours, with the night already half over, the wolf suddenly became limp and gave up all resistance. Bathed in sweat, Aaron smiled at Falk and said,
that wasn't so,"
when the little body nearly exploded. Falk could see from his stool that the animal's eyes had rolled completely to the back of the head. His mouth was foaming, and it was obvious that the wolf wasn't just content with escaping any more. Its claws were seeking out the body of the boy. Every movement was aimed at injuring him and sinking his fangs into the Aran's flesh. Falk sat as taut as a bowstring on the edge of his chair, ready to intervene as soon as this drama was over. He only hoped he would be able to save the boy. Aran was now sobbing uncontrollably and using every sinew in his body to resist the attacks. The wolf's claws were tearing deep channels in the material protecting his arms, and the leather on his legs was beginning to wear away under the onslaught. The void seemed to have blown away, and Aran couldn't find the necessary concentration again. His whole body was in pain, and a wave of exhaustion overwhelmed him. He caught sight of his master's face, which reflected what he already knew. He was going to lose. His strength would give way, and at some point he would make a mistake. "And then Falk will kill the little fellow to save me." This thought reignited Aran's resistance. Sobbing uncontrollably, he held on to the whelp, who relentlessly carried on with his work of destruction in Aran's arms. Countless heartbeats passed by, but the paroxysms continued. Paw swipes left their first bloody gashes on his legs where the leathers had been worn through, and soon his arms would suffer the same fate. Falk looked on sadly as his protégé's resistance weakened, and he quietly prepared to bring the whole thing to an end. He stood up, but instead of moving to the distraught boy, he walked to the window. He tilted his head and opened the heavy wooden shutters that kept out the winter. The world beyond the cabin was pitch black. A thick carpet of cloud hid the stars. An impenetrable wall of darkness was before him, as if nothing else existed except for the cabin and the hopeless battle raging behind his back. A cold blast of air came into the room, and then an outline appeared from the dark night. The light from the fire in the cabin shimmered on Celsina's hide as the Titijananwa approached and looked through the window at the scene playing out in the room. Falk stepped aside to take up his watch again. Aran kept control of the wriggling body with whatever strength he had left. There were tears in his eyes and blood on his arms and legs. Now he had to keep his eyes on the wolf's head with even more concentration. One lick of his lifeblood, and all would be lost. Aran's determination was beginning to crumble, and the morning was still so far away. Then Celsina was standing at the window, and her inscrutable grey eyes were locked onto his. Peace arose within Aran like the mist rising in a forest clearing on a warm spring morning. Serenity and an unshakable quietness flowed through him and gave his limbs renewed strength. The whelp, on the other hand, seemed to be quietening down. The animal's efforts were still hurting Aran, but he seemed to have lost the determined ferocity which had marked his earlier behaviour. Falk looked dumbstruck from one to the other, the dagger still in his hand, and for the first time was uncertain about what the next few hours would bring. Chapter 11. Falk awoke with a start the following morning. He was still sitting on the stool and had a stabbing pain in his back. He must have dropped off at some point. The last few hours of the previous night had crawled painfully slowly. The struggle between the exhausted boy and the similarly spent wolf had lessened to no more than brief twitching of the muscles. The closer it had come to morning, the quieter it had become in the cabin, and at some point the effort must have taken its toll on Falk. Celsina was still standing at the window, looking at the boy. Up until now, Falk had avoided viewing the scene, fearful of what he might see. But when he turned around, he was met with an astonishing sight. The two bodies were lying entwined on the blood-soaked mat. The apprentice's arms and legs were covered in cuts and scratches. His clothing and padding hung in shreds or lay scattered across the bed. The boy's face was pale and drawn, with dark rings under his eyes. His chest was gently rising and falling, much to Falk's relief. The whelp was breathing too, so there was only one more thing Falk had to do. With his knife drawn, he glanced at Celsina, then crept closer and bent over the young wolf. With the tip of his knife a finger's width away from the animal's heart, he carefully lifted an eyelid of the sleeping creature. The whelp's pupil was golden yellow. Falk recoiled as if he had been hit. Aaron stirred in his sleep and snuggled up closer to the soft fur of the whelp, who grunted contentedly. Falk stood up and stared down at the sleepers. Then he turned to the window and said to Celsina, "Sometimes it's the older ones who need to learn new things." He patted her on the neck, and the laughter and the joy of the one echoed in the soul of the other. Aaron slept the whole day through, and the following night, as did the little wolf. Early the next morning he was woken up by a rough tongue and an animal's smell as his new companion licked his face devotedly. He sat up with a giggle and waved his hands around wildly. For a few heartbeats he was quite woozy. Then he began to remember what had happened, and his aching body did the rest to remind him of the events that had just taken place. The whelp jumped up at him, let out a high whimper, and looked at him with loyal, golden-yellow eyes. Aaron picked up the little thing and noticed that his arms had been bandaged. He pulled back his blanket, and his thighs, too, had been expertly covered in white linen. He smelt at the bandages and recognized the scent of red leaf, which promoted the healing of cuts and scratches. The whelp sniffed the dressing curiously, gave a big sneeze, then jumped from the bed and glanced back over his shoulder at the boy with an offended look. Falk wasn't in the room, so Aaron stood up to mix together the meat stock for the wolf. Aaron's stomach was grumbling with hunger. He poured the rest of the stock into the bowl, added a few herbs that he had cut up, and put it down in front of the little nipper's paws. The whelp sniffed at the bowl, and within an instant had devoured it all. Then he looked up at Aaron and began whimpering again. The boy scratched his head and said, "We have a problem." The food was all gone, and now there were only vegetables in the house. The snowstorm and the hunt for the blood wolf had put paid to food hunting, so he couldn't make any more of the meat stock. Aaron made a practical decision and heated the stew that was still hanging over the fire. It filled his own stomach, and he tried to make a few carrots as tasty as possible for the hungry rascal. That was only partially successful. He finished his own food as quickly as possible so he could rustle something up for the hungry whelp. He was getting dressed when the door opened and Falk came in, weighed down by a large bundle. "Good, you're awake," he said in a deep voice, then dropped his bundle on the table. The wolf circled him and started jumping up at him, whimpering. Then Aaron realized he wasn't jumping up at Falk, but up at the table. The master quickly took out a packet with waxed paper and threw a large chunk of meat at the wildly wriggling wolf, who immediately got stuck into it. Falk nodded and said, "Just as I thought. I didn't think he'd be happy with the stock since the frenzy. This meat has been well cured. We don't want to provoke anything, but I think the danger has been averted." It was only now that Aaron noticed that his mentor had a firm grip on the dagger, so he could draw it quickly. Aaron was about to speak angrily, but his master interrupted him. "Boy, this is absolutely uncharted territory. Never before has a blood wolf survived the frenzy in the company of people, he said severely, and never before have the people who kept guard over him survived, he added dryly.
Aaron closed his mouth, hesitated, and then asked cautiously, "What does that mean?" He was afraid of the answer, but Falk smiled.
Celsina says the aura of the adversary is gone, and also the latent rage. After she had calmed down, it was this anger that had kept her away from us over the past few days. But when she saw the danger you were in, she wanted to help.
Aaron strained his neck to look out, but there was no sign of the elven horse. He really wanted to thank her, because without her, at least one of the three who were in the cabin at the moment would no longer be alive.
Falk indicated with a look and said, "She's wandering around the forest and recovering. Projecting such strong feelings over such a long time demands a lot of energy." The whelp had eaten everything up and was jumping up at the table again. Falk groaned and produced another piece of meat, which quickly found its way into the creature's mouth. "Now I've got 2 gluttons in my cabin," he complained. "From what I can see, you've got a common ice wolf here, except that this one will probably grow bigger than most others."
"Does that mean he'll grow as big as his mother sometime?" asked Aaron in amazement.
Falk laughed. "Probably not. Don't forget she was 500 years old, and her longevity was a side effect of the rule of him who forces."
A shiver ran down Aaron's spine. In the Midlands, the name of the adversary was rarely mentioned, and only on formal occasions. Even if he had been conquered, his name was considered a bad omen which attracted dark ones, and the borderlands with the Paul Pillar in their centre were too close to be taking that risk. He caught Falk's searching look, which was trained on the wolf, and he realized that this had been another test to see if the animal would react to hearing the name of the being that had put a curse on him. But the only reaction was a contented grumble coming from the bundle of fur. The two sat there in contented silence, watching the second piece of meat disappear like the first one into the whelp's stomach. The animal turned to the table again with pleading eyes, and Falk produced the last piece, which was fresh and bloody. The forest guardian looked at Aaron intently. "No point in putting it off. This is another test. After this one, the little thing is welcome. Agreed?" He stretched out his hand over the fur ball, who was still jumping. Aaron's heart was in his mouth. Dumbstruck, he could only nod as he gripped his master's calloused hand. Falk firmly grasped his hand and dropped the piece of meat. Aaron held his breath as the young animal attacked the tasty morsel, only to chew at it half-heartedly and with little enthusiasm. He threw them an offended look with his sad, soulful dog eyes. Falk loosened his grip on Aaron's hand and burst into a hearty laugh. "It seems we have a gourmet among us. He doesn't seem to enjoy the taste of blood. I take everything back," he stuttered and snorted and laughed. "This is no normal wolf, but a shrinking violet, and that's fine by me." Aaron got down on his knees and embraced the whelp. "Master, what's the elfish for saved?"
"Cullen,"
came the answer. Aaron placed the whelp's head between his hands, and the pup looked back at him with loyal eyes. "Welcome, Cullen," said Aaron ceremoniously, and he was answered by a wet tongue licking him across the face. Chapter 12. Thankfully, the rest of the winter passed without incident, and normality returned to the daily lives of the forest guardians. Cullen displayed such a joyful trustfulness that even nervous villagers were persuaded that he wasn't dangerous, and once Keeper Jigral had intoned the blessing of the three over him, all doubt was vanquished. The only snag was Sven. If cowards can sense anything, then it's the weak point of their enemy, and so it came to pass that he made several attempts to trap the whelp or to entice him away. Aaron knew what Sven was up to, and he raged when he imagined how Sven might torture the whelp. Falk approached the issue in his usual practical manner. The little thing will soon be able to take care of himself, and then the problem is solved. And anyway, he has to learn that he must always stay by your side. Otherwise he'll be good for nothing when you're working, and from the spring on he'll have to stay in the cabin. And so Aaron began to train the dog hard under Falk's watchful eye. He's extremely intelligent for a wolf. Of course he's inherited that from his ancestry, said Falk. This is your one opportunity. His brain is like a sponge that soaks everything up because he's so young. He can learn things now in a week that in the future will take you months or even years, and with a lot of effort to teach him. The boy needed no motivation to spend as much time as possible with his new companion, and so they would practice from dawn to dusk, stalking, hiding, reading tracks. His master even turned archery into lessons for boy and whelp. He would paint the tip of the practice arrow with a discreet scent, and whenever Aaron's shot went astray, the little wolf would have to find the arrow and bring it back. It went without saying that Aaron was over the moon about this, and by the time spring arrived, both apprentices, boy and wolf, were a very good team. Vera doted on Cullen, and with her help Aaron gave him various herbs to eat with his food, just as he had done with the meat stock that time. The young wolf had become familiar with the flavours when he was a whelp, and so he could tolerate the aftertaste, although he only ate the prepared meat if he got a piece of cured beef as a reward. This was his absolute favourite food, the first food he had been allowed to eat that morning, and so Aaron always made sure he purchased some from the butcher, even if it cost all of his apprentice's wage. Aaron was intent on making Cullen big and strong as quickly as possible, so that Sven would pose no danger for the animal. The combination of fortifying and stimulating herbs, along with a big portion of feed, was a resounding success, and the miller's son efforts eased off considerably, the bigger and heavier the wolf became. Spring returned to Deepstone at last, and with it the spring festival, which marked the end of winter and the beginning of new life. It only lasted for an afternoon, and was characterized by religious ceremonies. It was the smaller counterpart to the autumn festival. Keeper Jigral was the focus of the community at this time, and knew how to use his position to improve the community spirit within the village. The villagers cleaned up the chapel, they spruced up the square, and did little favours for the needier citizens. A friendly but firm word from the priest, and a table might be repaired for free, or a hole in a roof filled in with no money changing hands. On the day of the festival itself there was a long ceremony of prayer, and the names of those who had not survived the winter would be read out. Then the new arrivals who had been born during the long winter and would experience their first summer were named. It was always considered a good omen in the community if the second list were longer than the first. The final part of the ceremony was dedicated to all those entering their 16th summer. They would place their hands on the triangular rock that jutted out from the chapel altar and swear to protect the community and to respect the three. And with that they would become fully fledged members of the village, capable of making their own decisions. The previous year Aaron had yearned for this moment with every sinew in his body, but now he was indifferent to it. He stretched secretly on the wooden bench to look down at Cullen, who yawned as if in response. The boy smiled affectionately at the wolf and then began daydreaming. Next year he would be standing up there swearing the oath, but nothing would change, and that was good. He was contented for the first time in his life, and he was grateful for that. He tickled Cullen between the ears, and the wolf laid his snout on Aaron's thigh. Everyone streamed out once the prayers were over, except for the God's Day scholars. Unfortunately, the spring festival fell on a God's Day this year, and so they had to attend lessons while the others celebrated outside. Lycus strolled over to Aaron and ruffled Cullen's head. Aaron was relieved that his best friend and the wolf were getting on famously. The merchant's son secretly slipped out a bundle from under his jerkin, and within a heartbeat the chunk of meat which the slender boy had smuggled into the chapel had been gulped down. "I thought he might be hungry," he murmured with a crooked grin. "This is going to take another while yet." Cullen was now giving Aaron a begging look, and looked every inch the loyal, if starving, wolf, but Aaron only grumbled, "Greedy guts." The wolf had already grown up to his knee, and had the corresponding appetite. Falk had now been roped into helping to get food. The wolf easily devoured every portion placed in front of him. "Students, gather together," called Keeper Jagral, and the 7 young people and the wolf obediently marched forward. Luckily, Jagral liked the reformed blood wolf too, and so the animal was allowed to stay by Aaron's side during the lesson. The priest indicated to them to sit. Today's lesson would take place in the chapel. The sound of festive laughter could be heard from outside, and occasionally the unenthusiastic pupils looked wistfully over their shoulders to catch a glimpse of the world outside. The keeper cleared his throat and waited until he had the undivided attention of the group. The spring sunshine lit up the inside of the god's house, and the play of colour reflecting from the keeper's silk gown scattered dancing flecks of light around the space, which was painted a simple white. The pupils sat in the first row of the pews, which occupied the whole room. Jagral stood in front of them, and behind him was the simple block of white rock that served as the altar, and the triangle made from ordinary grey material which represented the rock of the gods. Every community possessed such a rock. "As I promised you before, we will now delve more deeply into the story of the long sleep of the gods," said the keeper in a serious voice. "This part of the story is rarely addressed, but you should at least get the chance to ask questions about it." He grasped his book that had been lying on the altar and began to read aloud from it. "The gods created the custodian, and then fell into a deep sleep. The custodian began to perform his task loyally. He kept watch over the creation just as his rulers had ordered. But after eons and eons of watching, the custodian began to feel jealous. He became jealous of the peoples he had been guarding, for he had never received a word of thanks. Jealous of the gods who had realized their plans, and were now lying in a deep slumber, jealous of the fact that he too wanted to create a people and beings with his own will, but knowing he did not possess the power for such a creative act. And so he fell into a rage and turned against his creators. He took to himself some animals and forced them into a new form. He put them under his power by substituting their free will with his own will. But the peoples of the gods rose up against these abominations, which had no place in the harmony of creation, and began to hunt the false creatures, which they now named the Dark Ones. And so the custodian's rage grew greater,
and he began a war against the peoples of the creation. The dark days had started. He forced ever more creatures into a new form, and altered their purpose. Even among the thinking peoples he did not desist, and controlled the weak-willed amongst them within his power. The peoples looked with horror upon their enslaved brothers and sisters, and named them the Low Fangs. He raised powerful armies of Dark Ones to destroy everything that resisted his will, and he was named He That Forces. There was a deathly silence in the room. The laughter and music from outside seemed out of place, almost surreal. The students looked at each other nervously. No one wanted to ask a question about the terrible events the priest had just described. Aaron would have had a question last year, but since then he had found the answer. After his fight to free Cullen from the curse of the adversary, he had been so exhausted he couldn't think any more. The gods had created a whole world. Was it surprising that they had ended up making one mistake? Once it became obvious that nobody was going to ask a question, the priest sighed and said, "Then let us continue." He raised his voice and carried on. The peoples fought against his army of Dark Ones, but the custodian's power was too great, the enforced shapes of the enemy too ruthless. And so the peoples pleaded to the gods for support, for it was clear they would be defeated. The gods heard their cries of pain in their sleep, but they were unable to awaken, and so they dreamed and gave to the priests the gift of magic. The priests selected those who had a gift for magic and taught them, too, how to bend creation, and so the magicians were born. With the assistance of the magicians, the betrayer's army was held back, but the victory was only short. He who forces touched the spirit of some of those who knew magic. He brought them under his control, and so had magicians fighting in his ranks. And so the triumphal march began again. Again the peoples pleaded for support, but the gods were exhausted, and their sleep became deeper, so deep that the priests could hardly make contact, and many prayers went astray, until finally the gods heard. He who molds selected those people with a special gift, and granted them the ability to protect their innermost from the force of the betrayer. He gave them immortality, so that neither age, nor hunger, nor thirst, nor sickness could harm them. Only the vulnerability of the body remained. She who feels gave each of them a soul animal to accompany them, as companion and custodian, as protection against the conflict of the coming days. She combined the disposition of paladin and animal into one spirit, so that their love for the creation would never be torn asunder. He who is gave them weapons and armor, forged from the depths of his flesh, so that they could defend themselves and protect their vulnerable bodies from death. 13 were chosen, and their power was as great as the custodians, and it was divided equally amongst them, so they would not succumb to the same temptations as he who forces had done. And the peoples called them the Paladins. The strength of the gods weakened further, and their sleep became deeper and deeper. The youngsters became restless. Each of them had heard stories and legends concerning the heroic deeds of the paladins, who had fought in huge battles and dark caves many hundreds of years earlier, when the dark days had been at their worst. These men and women had turned the tide in their favor, and thwarted the certain destruction of the creation.
The youngsters were now calling for Keeper Jagral to relate some of these tales, but he only smiled gently. "I'm sure the elders will be only too happy to tell you the stories later this evening around the bonfire." In order to calm the chatter, he read on. "The years passed, and slowly the peoples of the gods gained the upper hand. But the way was long, for a large part of the world lay in the darkness of his dominion. The centuries of strife exhausted the souls and minds of the paladins, and the gods again showed their mercy. With all their remaining strength, they dreamed up the soul-mates until their sleep became a dreamless blackness, and the people were left on their own. Whenever the spirit of a paladin was at breaking point, they selected a soul-mate with whom they entered into an eternal bond. And as soon as a child was born, then the paladin began to age, so they could pass on their task to their daughter or their son, and find peace after centuries of battle and sacrifice. Generation upon generation fought for victory against him who forces, and the war was successful. Paladin followed paladin, and each one carried their burden with pride. After 300 years, he who forces was surrounded, his troops defeated. But on the eve of victory, he sent forth his mightiest servant, and put all his strength into a mental attack on the spirit of a soul-mate. He sent her images of slaughtered children, and promised to protect her son if she surrendered to his power." Sobbing could be heard from among the pupils, but the keeper continued relentlessly. Her spirit broke, torn between her love for her partner and her fear for her son, and so she took a dagger and stabbed her partner to death in his sleep. And so the 13th paladin was dead, and with him each succeeding child of each paladin. His companion disappeared into the night, and was never seen again. When the new morning broke, the will of the paladins was broken. Only as 13 could they destroy the power of him who forces, and so the mightiest magicians of the peoples, with the help of the 12 paladins, cast a spell on the weakened adversary, he having used up all his strength in the night of blood. The creation was saved and the enemy spellbound, and so the paladins have kept guard until the present day. They left their companions, for their vulnerability through their soulmates had been revealed, and remained behind alone and ageless in the world. Keeper Jagral closed the book, and now spoke without notes. "These great men and women have made an enormous sacrifice to protect those they love, and all of us. After all these centuries they are still out there, guarding us. Their names have been forgotten just as they had wished. We only know of a few today, and they have made their own way." Aaron had already heard of the War Emperor from the south, who, according to rumor, was a paladin. But from what had been reported, he didn't exactly sound like one of the gods' defenders, and so he had put it down to mindless gossip. The priest looked around the group and saw he could not expect a discussion after such a heavy lesson. "The 3 be with you," he intoned, and dismissed them with a wave of the hand. The darkened mood was instantly forgotten, and with a cry of joy the boys and girls tumbled outside and into the festivities. Aaron set off home to the cabin that night in high spirits. The food had been delicious, and he had joked around with Lycus and Holcon, and exchanged glances with some of the girls. Falk and he had achieved hero status, and the white wolf at his side attracted looks. He danced around Cullen playfully, and the wolf, for his own part, ran barking and jumping between his legs. The light from the village shone from behind them,
as the celebrations were still in full swing. Suddenly the wolf pricked up his ears and stared into the darkness. 3 shapes appeared out of the darkness in front of them. Sven and his cronies, armed with wooden planks spiked with nails. The 3 moved menacingly forwards, and Sven snarled, "It's payback time!" Aron almost burst into laughter. He'd been expecting something like this, and his master had always drummed into him, "Know the methods and goals of your opponents, and you have a big advantage over them." Aron had only drunk a little. This wasn't like the autumn festival. He wasn't going to make the same mistake again. He strode fearlessly up to the 3 boys, Cullen by his right leg. After the events of last winter, he wasn't afraid of the 3. The attackers looked at each other uncertainly. They hadn't expected such a reaction. The first one raised his arm somewhat hesitantly to prepare to strike, but Aron kicked him in the standing leg, and the bully landed in the dirt, his cudgel clattering harmlessly on the path. The attackers froze for a moment. Then Sven and his other crony tried to attack him simultaneously, but Cullen was snarling and baring his teeth threateningly. In this way he kept the second attacker in check, so that the trainee forest guardian could concentrate on Sven. The coward dropped back a step and prepared to strike, but Aron was already too close. He grabbed the hand holding the cudgel and twisted the miller's son's arm swiftly behind his back. He could only form a strange-looking O shape in his mouth as he was forced into a somersault and landed with a crash on the trampled earth. Aron calmly picked up the 2 cudgels and turned to his last opponent, who was staring scared stiff at Cullen. "Well?" asked Aron, and threatened him with a weapon in each hand. The rascal gave a quick scream, dropped his cudgel, and took to his heels. Aron flung the piece of wood into the undergrowth and walked calmly onwards without looking back at the groaning boys. He had hardly gone 20 paces further when he heard a voice among the leaves. "Good work, boy." Aron looked quizzically at the edge of the forest, and Falk stepped out of it. "Master, you're not still celebrating?" The apprentice had headed off earlier and had left Falk deep in conversation with Mistress Dolman. "I'd been keeping an eye on those 3, and it was obvious they were up to something. Just wanted to see if you needed help." Falk shrugged his shoulders. He walked beside Aron with an arm on his shoulder, and so they continued towards the cabin. Chapter 13. He found it difficult to maintain the necessary concentration as he awaited with suspense the return of the magician he had sent forth some weeks previously. He hated having to wait so long, but caution made more sense now than unbecoming haste. Better a slow and certain result upon which he could build. At last the air above the magic net vibrated, and the trance within which he found himself enabled him to draw immediate conclusions regarding its source. In Hjalgar, then. The chalk drawing was becoming ever more crowded and complex as he added new lines. The net was closing in. Aron's training continued, and the boy and his wolf grew in body and spirit. Falk had now moved on to training his apprentice in using bow and arrow while in motion, and they were now camping more often in the wilderness, as their trips often involved more than a day's march. The summer was wet and often very cloudy, but Aron only noticed this in passing. He was now catching his own game, and was able to exchange this for Cullen's favourite meat. The lessons in bare hand-to-hand combat were now expanded as he learned fighting techniques with the dagger, which up to now Aron had been carrying with him unused. The time for picking new apprentices had passed by, and not a single craftsman or woman had registered. The boy was doubly delighted that he had been chosen the previous year, and threw himself even more into his training. This didn't go unnoticed, and so Falk made the lessons even more challenging. Falk didn't beat around the bush, but now set him tasks that he would have demanded of himself. Every evening Aaron fell into bed exhausted but happy, while Falk lay in front of the cabin under a tree and had hushed conversations with Celsina. "What are you thinking about?" she asked silently one dreary summer's evening. "About the blood wolf," answered the forest guardian tersely. "Why? The animal is dead, and the young one is developing splendidly," was the impatient answer. Falk wasn't sure if she meant the wolf or his apprentice. His reward for this thought was an uncomfortable head-butt from the horse. "It makes no sense," said Falk in his thoughts. "She was crippled and pregnant. That's why we noticed her so late. She was old enough to be careful and have regard for her weaknesses." The elven horse rolled her eyes. "We've gone over this 10 times already. It wasn't your fault. Her behavior was completely untypical." Falk responded, "That's not what I mean. There were at least a dozen better hiding places between the Paul Pillar and this forest. Why here, of all places?" "You think too much," Celsina calmly replied. Falk stared out into the forest and hoped she was right. The year went by, and soon autumn was coming to an end. The autumn festival came and went. At the end of his 15th summer, Aaron got new leather gear because he had outgrown the old set, and he gave his master a carving of the blood wolf they had killed. "You never took a trophy with you that time. Now you have one, master," Aaron said proudly. "Should I be running around the place with one of his mother's fangs?" said Falk with a knowing look, pointing at Cullen, who had pricked up his ears immediately and tilted his head to the side. Then he ruffled Aaron's hair and said, "Thank you, that's good work." The autumn festival had been a pleasant distraction, but was soon a distant memory. Aaron had laughed a lot and drunk a little with his friends. He and Sven avoided each other. He had seen nothing of his father, but he had heard that he was continuing to exchange his unexpected fortune for alcohol with grim determination. Perhaps that was the only form of peace that the troubled man could achieve. The winter was mild and stormy, a somewhat colder version of the previous summer, and Falk now let the boy spend the occasional night in the forest so that he could put what he had learnt into practice. When the spring returned, Falk grunted contentedly. "Keep going like this, and the year after next you can do your long week." Aaron was happy to hear this. The long week was the final test to become a forest guardian. The subject was taken into the wilderness, where he had to survive for a week with only his dagger, bow, and a quiver with 5 arrows. If the apprentice returned, he was a guardian, and he would receive a distinction if he brought a trophy back with him. But 2 years was a long time, and Aaron wanted to learn as much as he could. Who knew, perhaps his master would send him away then. The winter finally came to an end, and the weather improved considerably. The spring ceremony began with great joy, for the villagers were thankful for the unusually mild weather. There had been no deaths this year. Aaron sat in the front row of the chapel along with Rufus, Lycus, and Holcon. They were beginning their 16th summer, and now it was time for them to swear on the God's Rock. Lycus wore a garment in the colours of the Merchants' Guild, while Rufus had simply chosen his God's Day costume and had attached a pincushion to his sleeve. Holcon and Aaron both sat in the leather gear of their professions, for the oath, according to tradition, had to show the villagers who they were accepting among them, and how seriously the person taking the oath was taking his or her responsibilities. Falk grumbled from the second row. These festivities aren't really my thing, but this way they'll get used to the fact that some day it'll be you guarding the forest. I'm not going to be there forever." Before Aaron could react to this morbid thought, the keeper indicated to them to stand up. The 4 youths obediently climbed up to the altar. Keeper Jigral intoned, "Do you swear to protect the community of the peoples, and to respect the 3? "We do swear it," they responded. "Do you swear allegiance to the 3 against all false images of life?" "We do swear it," was the ritualistic response. "And do you swear to take on the tasks which the 3 have prepared for you, and to fulfill them, however long they take?" Aaron found this last question very pompous. Tradition demanded that each of them came forward individually and placed their hand on the bare triangular rock which symbolized the Rock of the Gods. Holcon thundered in a resounding voice, "I do swear it," and he reverently laid his right hand on the rock. Rufus followed his example with a more hesitant exclamation. The poor boy's voice hadn't completely broken yet, and he didn't want to show any weakness. Then Aaron stepped forward and raised his right hand. It floated over the rock, but then he shrugged his shoulders and changed his mind. He placed his left hand on it. Falk smiled approvingly before his face suddenly grew serious, for an almost imperceptible glow came from the rock as Aaron called out, "I do swear it." A blinding flash of light filled the inside of the chapel, and everyone shielded their eyes with their hands. A heartbeat later, and the god's house was back to its peaceful self, as if nothing had ever happened. There was confusion among the congregation. People looked at each other in bewilderment, looking for an explanation for what had just occurred. Keeper Jigral raised his arms reassuringly. His silk gown was still sparkling and seemed to have trapped the lightning flash. It looked as if the robe was glowing in silent celebration. The priest's movements scattered a dozen little rainbows throughout the room. "Surely just a stray shaft of light from the window," he announced with a firm authority in his voice that nobody dared to contradict. He indicated to Lycus to continue, who banged his hand on the rock and spoke hurriedly. "I do swear it," and then pulled his hand back as quickly as possible, as if he had touched a poisonous rather than a lifeless object. Meanwhile, Aaron was looking down at his hand, which tingled a little but was completely uninjured. He looked over at the keeper in the hope of getting some help, but Jigral simply ignored him. He spoke the closing words, and the ritual came to an end. The 4 young men left their places in the front row, went back to sit down among the congregation, and heard murmuring around them. Aaron looked at Falk, who alone among the people was motionless, and seemed to be looking through his apprentice as if he didn't exist. His face was pale and lifeless, and he looked as if he had been shaken to the core. His cursed bed had caught fire again. Of course it was partly his own fault, for he had woven the bed itself into the magic net, but he hadn't reckoned on this. He looked at the charred mass that had once been the delicate carvings that had covered the 4-poster bed. He had not wanted to miss the slightest movement of the netting, and for that reason had slept within the catchment area. No goblin in Hjalgar could sneeze without him getting wind of it. His sleep had, of course, been somewhat disturbed, but this here? Snorting with rage, he ripped off the burnt satin robe from his body and studied the ebony-colored skin that appeared beneath. No burns. That was lucky. His personal protective magic was still working. He climbed out of the smoking ruins and went out onto the terrace, while behind him the servants, eyes wide in shock and open-mouthed, began clearing the chaos. He had found the old man and his loyal mare with the help of the last net, but could not make head nor tail of how he was connected with the omen. He was clearly no threat. And so he had held up the net and listened to everything going on within the forest guardian's orbit. With a flick of the hand, all the magic threads, which were once his place of sleep and had almost turned him to ashes, became visible again. Green flames danced around black tendrils until a lurid flash of light destroyed the whole construct. This was unequivocal. He let forth a long sigh and raised himself up into the wind with some words of power. He began floating to his destination and felt a cold blast of air tugging at him. He would have to get hold of some clothing on the way. Aaron stared into Celsina's slivery eyes. "Now let me get past," he cried out, annoyed, and tried to squeeze past the heavy body of the horse, but she pranced a step in his direction and knocked him to the ground. The young man got up with a groan and eyeballed her again. Falk had left the chapel the day before, hot foot, and stamped into the cabin, slamming the door behind him. The Titijunanwa had been standing guard at the entrance since then, preventing Aaron from reaching his master. The apprentice was worried about his master's strange behavior and didn't want to leave Falk out of his sight. He had slept outside, snuggled up to his wolf, and even missed the festive meal in honor of the new community members. His stomach was rumbling, and as he had slept on the bare ground, his back ached. It was late afternoon, and his patience was at an end. He turned around, and with a few deft movements of his fingers he lit a fire. Then he took the smouldering branches and began throwing them in a wide arc through the cabin chimney. Nothing happened for a few seconds, but then he heard a loud cursing coming from within, and 2 heartbeats later the door was flung open, hitting Celsina in the rump. She moved aside with a disgusted snort, and an angry Falk came into view. The veins in his head were bulging, and his face was a deep red. A smoking branch was still hanging on his collar as he roared, "What do you think you're doing?" "Welcome back, master," said Aaron in a friendly tone, determined not to be browbeaten. Falk threw his arms in the air and furiously stamped back into the cabin. Aaron slipped in quickly too, before the door crashed shut again. The bed was untouched. Apparently Falk hadn't slept. Aaron furtively glanced at the old man. The angry red color had vanished, but now he was staring listlessly out the window. Whatever had been eating him, it was still there. Aaron warmed up the stew and placed 2 full bowls on the table. Falk didn't react, so he gobbled down both bowls himself. Then he swept the cabin, added firewood to the fire, and began to groom Cullen, who stretched out and grumbled contentedly. When it finally became dark, he lay down and watched the figure of his master still standing there, before he finally fell asleep. Sometime during the night, Falk had left the house and was now lying asleep under a tree and snug against Celsina. She had her legs folded under her, as she always did when she wanted to rest. Aaron stood at the door early the next morning and looked at the 2 of them. Whatever was bothering Falk, Celsina was obviously helping him deal with it. The young man decided to seek out Keeper Jagral. Perhaps he could help Falk, or at least explain to Aaron what the story with the light was. He ambled into the village and had a friendly greeting for everyone he met. Most reacted as they always had done, but there were a few who seemed nervous and hurried away. There seemed to be more than one person brooding over what had happened. He found the keeper in his reading room, hidden behind a pile of books. "Good morning, keeper," he said loudly to attract his attention. The priest looked up and blinked owlishly when he recognized the apprentice. "May the three protect you, Aaron." There was an audible creak as the figure stretched unceremoniously. "I take it this is not a courtesy visit." Without waiting for an answer, he continued, "I'm looking for answers myself, you know, but I can't find any. This spring festival ritual just came out of nowhere a few 100 years ago. It was never mentioned in the early chronicles, and then from one year to the next it was suddenly a part of the spring consecration. No explanation, no nothing. That's very unusual." Aaron could almost physically feel the priest's frustration. He wasn't going to get any answers here today. He said his goodbyes and wandered aimlessly through the village. He kept seeing uneasy eyes staring at him, and so, clenching his teeth, he made his way home again. Much to his surprise and delight, Falk was up and cheerful when he arrived. His master had packed an enormous rucksack and indicated to Aaron to put it on. The young man groaned under the weight, and Falk strode silently into the forest. His apprentice followed him, swaying under the weight, and hoping that his master hadn't decided to take out all his frustrations on him. Falk led him up to the most northern end of the forest, then down to the western border, and then further down to the southern edge of the trees. He would frequently point out milestones to Aaron and give tips of what he should keep a particular eye on in various parts of the forest. The first few days were certainly hard going, but the longer they were underway, the lighter the rucksack became. Falk clearly didn't want to delay the hunt, and soon he hardly felt the bundle on his back. He constantly sensed Celsina as a silver-grey shadow flitting between the trees, yet she kept her distance. It was as if Falk wanted to get as much information as possible into Aaron's head before they finished their tour around the forest. They were on the way back at last when Aaron summoned all his courage and asked, "Master, what sort of a light was that in the chapel?" He held his breath, anxiously awaiting the reaction, for he had no idea what would happen now. Falk stopped, paused, and then turned to face the young man, who unconsciously took up a defensive stance. "You've certainly thrown him there," Celsina's voice rang out, uninvited in his thoughts. Falk ignored her and tried to think of a suitable answer for his apprentice. "I saw something like this once before, many years ago. It means that I must leave Deepstone for a while," he said finally. Aaron suddenly had an uneasy feeling in his stomach and could only stammer, "What do you mean?" Cullen pressed up against his leg, and he held firmly onto his soft fur. The wolf was now as tall as the middle of his thigh. "I have to seek out a very dangerous place now, and the way there is long. I can't take you with me," he continued in a tone that brooked no dissent. The young man recognized this tone and knew he wouldn't get anywhere, and so he decided to play along for the moment, which would give him a chance to think out what tack to take. He nodded, knowing that his voice would in all probability have betrayed him. "Good boy," grunted Falk, and trudged onwards, lost in thought again. The following day they arrived at their cabin again, which looked forlorn in the afternoon sunshine. As they entered, Aaron noticed a carefully folded sheet of papyrus that somebody had pushed under the door. He recognized Lycus's neat handwriting, and wondered what was so important that his friend would leave something so valuable. Neither vellum nor papyrus were cheap, and were mostly only used for official reasons or for profitable business dealings. Only the truly wealthy wrote letters to each other. Aaron was able to read by now, and so he scanned the writing. Then he crumpled up the letter and threw it onto the fire that Falk had just lit. The old man raised his eyebrows and looked at the youth. Aaron clenched his fist and said quietly, "Sven is stirring it up again. He's spreading rumours that the thing with the rock is a sign from the three that they are angry because we are bringing up a dark one. We're clearly not honouring the gods and other nonsense. The fact that we've been missing for a few days isn't helping things either." He shook his head and looked out the window. Falk grunted and sat down on a stool. He hadn't seen that coming. "Good. I'll talk to everyone tomorrow, then I'll decamp." Aaron spun around. "You're seriously going to leave me on my own to face this mess?" Reproach and disbelief were written all over his face. His master answered in a pained voice, "I'm leaving you alone with the whole forest, boy. The village intrigues should present no problem." Falk had dismissed the latest attacks by the miller's son so casually that it was clear his own problems had to be considerable. Aaron was far from sure he could persuade his master to stay. He decided he would ask Celsina for help early the next morning when Falk was in the village. His master would surely listen to her, he hoped. An uneasy silence hung in the air that evening, and Aaron went to bed early. The thought that this would be the last night together for a long time dampened his mood and followed him into his dreams. A shadowy black figure seemed to be following him in the wood, and it kept coming nearer. He kept looking anxiously over his shoulder at it and pointed it out to Falk, who didn't seem to notice it. When the thing was very close, he said, "I must go now," and disappeared with a boom. Black-boned fingers grasped at Aaron and pressed on his throat. Then he woke up. The booming sound was still there, and after several heartbeats he realized that somebody was hammering on the door in the middle of the night. As he was sitting up, still in a daze, Falk jumped out of the bed, cursing, lit a candle, and stomped to the door, calling out loudly, "May the three have mercy on you if this isn't important." He pulled aside the latch and swung the door open. A small, pitch-black figure stood in the doorway and said, "They do, and it is." Aaron thought for a moment that the monster in his dreams had come to collect him, but then he saw that it was a small boy with ebony-coloured skin, wearing a black robe. He held a smoothly polished dark crystal ball in his right hand, which glittered in the candlelight. Before he recognized what it was, Falk had already slammed the door shut with a cry of anger, not giving their unusual visitor a chance to step in. "Very adult," intoned a sarcastic voice through the thick wood. The dry, sober tone didn't match the voice of a young boy, and this made Aaron uneasy, as did his master's violent reaction. Falk roared through the closed door, "Get lost! I want to have no more to do with you." "I would rather come through an open door, but come through I shall. What say you now, Falkenstein?" Falk opened the door wordlessly and stood aside. "Good decision," said the boy in a praising, almost fatherly voice, and he stepped inside. Aaron quietly pinched himself in the arm to make sure that he wasn't dreaming. They obviously knew each other, but why did his master allow this smart Alec to treat him like that? "It's been a while, hasn't it?" the boy remarked. "Where's Celsina hiding, then?" Falk snarled, "If she's any sense and noticed your presence, she'll have galloped away as quickly as possible." "No need to be rude, Falkenstein. If memory serves me correctly, you were the one who was much better at running away. Isn't that so?" was the calm response. Cullen had hardly reacted to the boy, strangely enough, and was even allowing him to stroke him. The boy looked at the wolf curiously. Aaron took the opportunity to observe the intruder in more detail. He looked like a boy of perhaps 9 summers, from either the deep lands of the south or the jungles of the east, where the people had dark brown skin. His head was completely shaven, and his eyebrows had been plucked and trimmed to form two thin lines. His expression was majestic, a sharp, straight nose above a severe mouth. His bearing was that of an adult, although he had the appearance of a child. He was wearing a simple black robe, which lent his ambiguous appearance an air of something disturbing and ominous. The material shimmered, and Aaron recognized it must be made from satin. Whoever he was certainly wealthy. Fulk had collapsed on a stool. The boy's last remark had obviously hit him where it hurt. "You have no right to say something like that. Not you," Fulk said in little more than a whisper. The visitor now became animated for the first time. "Oh, yes, I do. I've earned that right through all the years we spent doing your work while you all were in hiding or chasing your gossamer dreams. Do you know what Quinoa is up to at the moment?" "I heard," said Fulk darkly. "Really? Here in the back of beyond? You don't know the half of it, Falkenstein." "They call me Fulk here," muttered Fulk, and stole a glance at Aaron. The apprentice looked bemusedly from one to the other, and didn't understand the world any more. Falkenstein was one of those flowery names used in the night marshes. But if Fulk was really called Falkenstein, why was he using the short form? Had his mentor done something wrong, and was he now in hiding here? When he had spoken about his past, the word drifter had come up. Apparently he had concealed more from his apprentice than the young man had imagined. The intruder looked directly at Aaron for the first time, deep blue eyes that bore into his own. "Fulk, Well, all right. It makes no odds at the moment." He snapped his fingers, and the wood in the fireplace lit up and blazed for a moment with a powerful flame. Blinking in the sudden light, Aaron tried to take in what had just happened, when the boy bowed to him and introduced himself in a formal tone. "May I introduce myself? Uldini Getobo, advisor to the Emperor of the Sun Plains, chief commander to the ancients, and beloved of the gods." And he gave an extremely winning smile which revealed his teeth. He was the very paragon of charm and politeness. "Aaron, delighted to meet you," mumbled the apprentice instinctively, and stared at the figure in front of him. So this was the immortal magician who had once weaved the Bane spell against the adversary and created the Paul Pillar. Aaron decided that this would be the opportune moment to wake up. He closed his eyes firmly and pinched himself in the arm. Unfortunately, this didn't change the scenario, and the young boy was still there. "Did you expect us to recognize you?" Fulk's interjection was thrown into the room with more than a hint of gratification and malice. "Any bard trying to earn a crust by telling stories about you makes you into a benevolent old man with a big bushy beard. Nobody wants to hear about a shit-arse who can flatten whole cities in a peak of anger." Uldini looked over Aaron's shoulder at Fulk mischievously and said, "There you are at last, my old friend. I did miss you." Aaron couldn't tell if this was sarcasm or the truth, and before he could decipher Fulk's facial reaction, his master asked, "Well, what do you want here?" "Don't feign ignorance. You know very well." The magician stuck out his hand, and the crystal ball that he had been holding floated upwards and remained hanging in the air between the boy and Aaron. The apprentice pulled further back into his bed, but the ball simply adapted its position. "Just stay still. It will only take a second, and probably won't hurt," grumbled the dark-skinned boy, and mumbled a few mysterious words. Green sparks danced in the air between the ball and Aaron before transforming into a bright flash of light that resembled the light in the chapel during the spring festival. Fulk slumped into himself and whispered, It's true, then." The magician spun around to face him. "Of course it's true. Anyone who wants to see it can see it. Do you think I came here just to perform this little trick? I just wanted to play it safe and make sure I was rescuing the right one of the four." Falk was really paying attention now, and the Aldini nodded. "Exactly. A large pack of fog cats are on their way here and are going to destroy the whole village. We have to get out of here as quickly as possible." Falk leaped up and ran to his trunk. "How many?" "How do I know? 24 or thereabouts. I didn't stay to count them," the wizard spat out. "I let myself be carried here by the wild wind so I wouldn't be noticed." Aaron was completely confused now. Nothing made any sense, and so he clung on to the information he could make sense of. The village was being attacked by dark ones, and the villagers were in danger. He jumped out of bed and began to get dressed. Falk did the same without saying a word. Within moments they were ready. The old man had put on the armour he had worn when they had chased the blood wolf and attached the broadsword. Aldini looked at him with his head tilted and asked, "And where is the rest of the armour?" "Later," said Falk tersely, and walked towards the door, followed by the others. Celsina was standing in front of the house and neighing quietly in greeting. There was neither animosity nor rejection in her attitude. Whatever row the forest guardian had with the magician, the elven horse wasn't involved in it. Aaron turned in the direction of the village and trotted off. Cullen trotted beside him with his nose in the wind, when the young man heard Aldini's voice behind him. "Where do you think you're going?" Aaron stopped, confused, and turned around. While Falk was looking uncertainly, and Celsina was prancing on the spot, the little figure of the magician stood there, his clenched fists on his hips, before pointing to the north of the forest. "We're disappearing as fast as we can." "But the village needs our help." Aaron was perplexed. Then Falk spoke. "Boy, I had my work cut out for me dealing with one fog cat, but combating more than 20, that's suicide." "I think he's such a great magician he can help us, or am I wrong?" answered Aaron fiercely. He wasn't going to let his friends die. "You don't know the first thing about magic. If I intervene, it will be like a magnet. There are far worse things than a few fog cats out there that can find us," warned Aldini. Aaron looked to Falk for support, and it was clear from his master's face that he wanted to help. The forest guardian hesitated for a moment, then nodded to his student and ran towards the village. Celsina neighed triumphantly and joined the group. Aaron and Cullen ran with wild determination beside the forest guardian, and the four of them disappeared into the undergrowth, leaving a flabbergasted master magician standing in their wake. "Hell, fire, and damnation! Of all the—" thundered the now strangely old-sounding voice of the boy into the night. He broke off his tirade of curses and shook his head. It had never been easy with Falk, and the youngster seemed to have made these tendencies even stronger. This was going to be some amount of work. He raised his hands out from his body with a sigh until they were at a shallow angle to the ground, rose a hand's width up from the ground, and floated after the others. It wasn't long before Aaron and Falk had reached the edge of the village, and all seemed quiet. "Perhaps there's still time. We should sound the alarm bell if we get everyone into the village hall or the chapel and light as many fires as possible. We can sit out the night. The battle would be much easier in daylight," whispered his master. Aaron nodded. Falk had taught him much about combat with fog cats. They had originally been lynxes from the fog forests before they were employed by the adversary as trackers and assassins. They had matte grey fur and could melt into the shadows and jump in among them within a heartbeat as long as they had a clear field of vision. Fighting them in an environment of no light was almost impossible, because of course they could see in the dark,
and they also had superior hearing. Fulk had defeated Grey Fang that time by smoking him out of his lair with a smouldering fire at midday. As soon as the furious beast was forced to spring out into the sunshine, Fulk had shot an arrow through him before he had a chance of reaching the shade. Aaron looked around him and shivered. Yes, it was a starry night, and the moon was shining brightly, but here on the edge of the forest were many places the light didn't reach. And no fires were burning in the villagers' houses at this time. Every residence was deathly black. The two guardians crept slowly forwards. Cullen stalked in the undergrowth, and Celsina stood stock still and listened with her thoughts. They had just arrived on the village square when Celsina neighed shrilly. "They're here," whispered Fulk, and looked searchingly around. Aaron did the same and saw spots of moving darkness that were appearing everywhere between the huts. They were leaping from shadow to shadow, and he saw in horror how some of them were jumping onto the roofs of the huts and staring down the chimneys. A heartbeat later and they were gone, and terrorized screams could be heard from within the buildings. Aaron felt sick. He raced over to the alarm bell in the middle of the square and banged it as hard as he could, so all of the citizens of Deepstone became aware of the imminent danger. At the same time, Fulk pulled out his flintstone and ran with Cullen by his side. Celsina in the meantime had spotted one of the Dark Ones, hiding between two houses, and charged at it. The shrill sound of the bell resounded through the night, and the heads of all the fog cats that were out in the open turned around. Aaron saw little red eyes, narrowed to a slit, looking him up and down. Fulk had quickly lit one of the large torches that were attached to the iron holders at the entrance to the village hall, and was already lighting the second one. Aaron yanked an arrow out of his quiver and shot at one of the shapes that was coming towards them slowly and furtively. The weapon would have hit its target, but the animal leaped at the last moment into a shadow of a hut, where it vanished, only to reappear 2 huts further on. "Save your arrows until they're nearer, and the light lessens their possibility of escape," shouted Fulk. Both torches were now brightly lighting Aaron and his fighting companions within a circle within a radius of 5 paces, which dissipated the darkness. But now Aaron could only make out the eyes of the creatures, which were jumping hither and thither and circling ever closer around the 2 guardians and Cullen, who was running around growling but remaining within the light. From the darkness they heard a wrathful spitting sound that suddenly broke off, followed by a loud whinnying. "Celsina's got one," said Fulk grimly, and set a bow on his arrow too, taking aim into the darkness. Torches began to flare up behind the huts. The inhabitants had been abruptly torn from their sleep by the ringing of the alarm bell and the screams of the dying. Fulk roared with all his might, "Fog cats! Stay in your houses! Stoke the fire! Don't open your doors or windows!" Aaron screamed the same, but for some the warning was too late. They heard more screams coming from the darkness as windows and doors were torn open, allowing the night attackers a way in. With tears in his eyes, Aaron shot another arrow and could only hear helplessly how the unequal duels came to their bloody ends. "We have to do something," he said, turning in frustration to his master. Fulk glanced at him before aiming once again into the darkness beyond the torchlight. "Count them all. We're holding at least half of them at bay for the moment, and Celsina has already killed 3. Every time the Titijunanwa was victorious, Fulk was filled with a wave of joyful euphoria. "If everyone stays in their homes, we should be able to prevent further victims, as long as we survive," he added. Meanwhile, the fog cats had slunk up almost as far as the blazing light, and could now be made out as grey spectres. Fulk let fly with an arrow, and one of the shapes was spun around, spitting furiously before it collapsed and was totally still. Aaron followed his master's actions, and both began to fire off arrows as quickly as possible.
They had already hit 5 or 6 fogcats when the rest of them began moving together towards them, emitting a most terrifying caterwauling sound. "They're calling on others for backup," said Falk between shots, and pulled out his broadsword. "Make a bit of room. You keep to the right and let Cullen cover your left side." Aaron moved to the side and pulled out his dagger and gave the wolf a firm hand signal to follow the order given. 7 of the animals now stormed into the circle of light, and finally Aaron could see details. Time seemed to slow down as the wiry, slim, matte grey bodies jumped towards them. Their grey fur was patterned with thin black stripes, and the broad heads of the feline predators had long, pointed, furry hairs at the tips of their ears, almost like lynxes that had been bereft of their colour, so that they looked like the embodiment of the night. All this went through Aaron's mind within a heartbeat, and then the attackers were directly in front of him. With a roar, Falk started swinging his broadsword in a complicated pattern and caught 2 of the cats in one go, while Cullen jumped on another cat. Aaron saw, as if through a tunnel, a grey face with bared fangs jumping towards him. He dropped his arrow, yanked his dagger upwards, went into a defensive position before the body of the creature crashed against him and pulled the ground from under him. As if in a frenzy, Aaron started stabbing in every direction, the priceless lessons of his master quite forgotten, while the claws of the fog-cat tried to find a way through his leather clothing, and the head lunged forward, attempting to bite Aaron in the face. The dark one seemed twice as big now as it had a heartbeat earlier. Its fangs were snapping shut close to his throat. The muscly body was clasping at him and into him with its claws, and with wild movements it threw him to the ground. The fog-cat was now standing over him and had the upper hand. All would soon be up with Aaron. Strangely enough, this thought helped the young man to overcome his panic. He remembered one of his master's lessons and reacted with lightning speed. Instead of pushing his opponent away and thereby giving him room to maneuver, he wrapped himself around the fog-cat's neck and pulled it with all his strength towards him so that its mouth bit harmlessly into his shoulder armour. At the same time, he drove his dagger through the ribs and into the heart of the beast, which crumpled together and became limp. Aaron looked around frantically and saw that Falk had killed another cat, and Cullen had his opponent in his mouth. The wolf shook the dark one until it was completely still. The other 2 fog-cats had retreated to the darkness again and were pacing around them in a semicircle without starting another attack. Aaron shoved the body aside and pulled himself up. He had just regained his breath when another 10 pair of eyes appeared. Falk said in a serious voice, "The good news is that the villagers are safe for the moment. Celcina says all of them are here. They want to overrun us as a pack." Aaron swallowed hard. His mouth was bone dry, and his hands, wet with the blood of the fog-cat, were shaking. The circle of grey bodies was moving inexorably closer and emitting a low, purring sound that bored right into Aaron's very bones. "Killing gives them pleasure. The adversary has corrupted them through and through," said Falk disgustedly. Aaron tried desperately to calm himself. His bow was too far away from him on the ground, and Falk didn't have time to change weapons, to shoot another arrow and get his heavy sword into position again. Cullen stood attentively at Aaron's left leg, and so the 3 waited for the remaining dark ones to attack. They were seconds away from being destroyed. Then Celcina rammed through the darkness into a straggler who died with a shrill spitting. This sound worked like a signal on the mob, which now stormed forward and were ready to pounce in a wave of claws and fangs and wipe the 3 fighters off the face of the earth. But then the torches suddenly went out. At least, that's what it seemed to Aaron, because the flame from the torches became so small that they emitted almost no light. A heartbeat later, the stolen fire resurfaced again, but this time behind the surprised fog-cats,
who hesitated for a moment. This short delay saved the guardians and the wolf, for in the next moment the round creation of swirling fire exploded into a fan that spread in a semicircle, catching everything that lay in its path. The dark ones caught fire in an instant, and were blazing fiercely, while Aaron threw himself, his arms clasped protectively over his head, on top of Cullen, as the wave of fire raced towards them. But just like a real wave, this one broke too and pulled back to its source, until it was once again a circular fireball in the night. Aaron lifted his head and saw the little outline of Uldini. He was standing with the crystal ball in his raised right hand and chanting some words, while the swirling fireball dispersed into sparks. The flames of the torches immediately grew back to their original size and blazed contentedly, as if nothing had ever happened. Falk had watched the magic unmoved and without batting an eyelid. He sheathed his broadsword once it was clear that the burning heaps, which only a few seconds earlier had almost spelt their doom, were not going to rise up again. "What took you so long?" he growled at the magician. Uldini approached the torchlight, and Aaron was amazed to see that the boyish figure was floating over the ground and moving as quickly as a running adult. "I had to catch up with you, and could only use a little magic, or they would have sensed where I was and intercepted me. So I had the whole pack in one place, and I only needed one conjuration to nab them all." The magician's voice constantly changed between a furious hissing and a reproachful grumbling. "However, I have made all dark ones within 200 miles aware of us, so we need to get out of here as quickly as possible." Their rescuer's voice was so full of suppressed rage by this point that Aaron retreated until he felt the wooden wall of the village hall at his back. Uldini made a dismissive hand gesture in his direction and snarled, "Explain it to him. I'll go and heal a few wounded people, and then we'd better go before this place is wiped off the map." Then he floated off to the cabins where the cries of pain were coming from. Falk made a conciliatory gesture and nodded, then turned towards his apprentice, who was just checking Cullen for injuries. The blood that was glistening on him seemed to be all from the monster that the wolf had conquered. Aaron let out a sigh of relief and embraced his true friend. He himself was covered in blood, so it made no odds. He was just happy to be alive. Falk squatted down beside them. "We don't have much time, but you need to know one of the ground rules of magic. The intentions with which a magic spell is cast always have an influence on the spirit of the magic maker. If you conjure in a rage, then this rage recoils on you. This effect is all the greater the stronger and more quickly the spell is cast. If you destroy or kill with your magic, then the whole thing is much worse." He gave Aaron a firm look. "Whenever he's the way he is now, then don't provoke him. It's hard enough for him to pull himself together. Many war magicians have fallen into a frenzy and have had to be killed by their own people." "Is he going to recover?" whispered Aaron. He didn't know how good a furious magician's ears were, and he didn't want to take any chances. "Of course the feelings fade away in time, and constructive magic, which is created from pity or love, has the opposite effect. He's helping those who can be saved, and so he'll almost be back to his old self." His master slapped him on the back. "Now go and bid farewell to everyone. He's right in one respect, even if I don't want to admit it. The sooner we're gone, the safer Deepstone is." Aaron was excited and sad at the same time. Falk would be bringing him along instead of leaving him here. There was something uncannily reassuring about this thought, but it was hard to accept that he would have to leave everything he knew behind him. His thoughts came thick and fast as he remembered his friends, and it became clear to him that he didn't know if they survived the attack unscathed.
Ice seemed to flow through his veins when he imagined Lycus might have been slaughtered by one of these grey monsters, and so he jumped to his feet and ran off. Falk looked after him with an understanding look and let him do as he pleased. The wolf would make sure he was safe, and he asked Celsina to keep Aaron's feelings in sight. He stood up slowly with a sigh and sounded the bell 3 times, so the villagers were alerted that the danger had been banished. Aaron heard the bell echoing behind him, and as he ran between the cabins, doors and windows were carefully opened, and frightened villagers peered out into the darkness. Aaron kept calling out as he passed them by, "The danger is past! Go to the square and see who you can help!" It wasn't far, a few hundred paces, but he felt as if the village path was stretching out to eternity. As he trotted forward, he wiped the blood awkwardly from his clothing until a wet sheen on the dark leather was the only telltale sign of his encounter with the fog cats. Cullen was stalking alongside Celsina in the trees. The inhabitants were nervous enough without seeing an elven horse and a blood-stained wolf. Aaron reached the northern end of the village at last and saw the merchant's house. Light came from under the door, and there were no cries of pain. In fact, it had been a while since he'd passed any houses that were dark, which revealed that disaster must have befallen their inhabitants. It was clear that the attackers had attacked the village from the south, and the northern part had remained untouched. A quick sidelong glance at his father's house revealed nothing of his fate. Light could rarely be seen inside, and Aaron was fairly certain that Edric had slept through the attack in an alcoholic stupor. He hammered on his friend's door and shouted, "Lycus, are you there? Are you all right?" "Aaron," came his friend's voice from inside. Then he heard the scratching sound of the latch being drawn back, and the curious face of his friend appeared. The merchant's colours were even on his nightcap, and Aaron couldn't help sniggering when he saw his friend, in spite of the situation. Lycus pulled the cap from his head and muttered, "What's been going on?" Beside him were his parents, with concerned faces. They were both holding daggers and spied over Aaron's shoulders into the night outside. "We heard the alarm bell and wanted to go to the village square, but then everyone started shouting we should stay at home. We heard the all-clear bell earlier, but nobody stirred around here, and we thought better safe than sorry, so stayed put inside." "Fog cats, a whole pack of them," Aaron explained quickly. "We've killed them all." He thought he'd just leave it at that for the moment. The task he still had to perform was difficult enough, and he didn't want to frighten his friend to death. "Listen to me. Master Falk has to leave Deepstone for a while, and I'm supposed to go with him, so it's farewell for now." His voice had been cracking with emotion until it finally trailed off. Lycus stared at him in amazement and said, "Now? In the middle of the night?" while his mother added, "After an attack like that?" Aaron decided to tell a white lie to prevent an avalanche of questions. "We want to be sure that we got them all and find out where they came from." He really was befuddled about the wizard's and his master's motives, but that sounded plausible enough, and the attack had somehow been connected with their imminent journey. At least that's how he understood it. He hugged his astonished friend and said over Lycus's shoulder to his parents, "Thank you for everything." He couldn't say another word, but it seemed to have been enough. They gave a nod, full of understanding and warmth. Once again Aaron asked himself what his life would have been like if he had had parents like that. Strangely, the question had lost its force, for the path of his life had led to Falk, and that had made up for a lot that had happened to him before, in spite of all the dangers. He let go of Lycus and said, "I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. Look after yourself and your parents. And stay well clear of Sven. He'll be looking for a new target when I'm gone." "I'll take care of him. Don't you worry about that," said his friend in a husky voice. "And don't you go falling into the clutches of some dark one." They both gave quick nods. Then Aaron turned on his heels and disappeared quickly between the cabins, so his friend wouldn't see the tears streaming down his cheeks. Chapter 14. It was a sorry sight that greeted Aaron when he reached the village square again. Villagers were standing all around in various states of dress. Most had woolen coats thrown over their nightgowns. Here and there blood-stained bandages glistened in the torchlight, and the sound of distraught voices was punctuated by sobs and quiet sobbing. At the other end of the square he could see a row of motionless figures, lying on the ground and covered by woolen blankets. Falk pulled him away before he could go over. There was no sign of Uldini. He grasped his apprentice by the shoulder and said, "You don't want to see that, believe me." "Who?" asked Aaron flatly. Falk listed off a few names, but none of them were people he had been close to. He felt a mixture of relief and guilt. But then Falk continued, "Rufus is lying there among them." Aaron felt a stabbing pain in his chest. Even though the unremarkable boy hadn't been a friend, really, he had always been nice to him. Aaron had learned to value his calm, steady manner in the God's Day school. Now he recognized 3 of the names. Rufus's parents and his 10-year-old sister were also among the dead. He could see the faces of the 3 in his mind's eye, and he felt sick. He doubled over and supported his hands on his knees and breathed deeply while Falk whispered to him, "I know it's hard, but every second counts now. A horde of Dark Ones are coming in our direction right now, and the quicker we get away from there, the safer these people will be."
"Uldini said the fog cats were after 4 people. He means us, doesn't he? Lycus, Holken, Rufus, and me. It's all connected somehow with the light at the spring ceremony, isn't it?"
Aaron spoke in a hushed voice, but Falk motioned to him to be quiet. "I'll explain it all to you later, but our friend says the others are safe. The attention is focused on you, him, and me."
"Why?"
asked Aaron insistently. "Later. Now let's scram." Falk grabbed his upper arm and led him through the crowd. "I've already told the village council and Keeper Jagral and explained our future absence. Uldini is waiting with our 4-legged friends so as to avoid questions being asked that we can't answer." They arrived at the edge of Village Square and melted into the thicket of trees before Aaron had a chance to look for any familiar faces among the villagers. Falk began to march as quickly as possible off through the forest. Within a few paces, Cullen was by Aaron's side, and the young man gratefully stroked the animal's coat, which was now dripping wet. Cullen must have used the free time to have a bath in a stream. Aaron smiled mischievously. He suspected, and not for the first time, that his 4-legged friend was rather vain. Celsina was waiting for them further back in the forest, standing motionless under an enormous oak tree. Her silver skin was lacerated with countless red welts where the claws of the fog cats had scratched through her hide. Aaron stopped in shock, but a wave of calmness came to him from Celsina.
"It's fine. Everything will be healed by the day after tomorrow."
The dark shape of the wizard came forth from behind the tree and looked at her with a critical eye. "Is everything sorted, or do you still have to hold hands with someone or other?" he asked in a biting tone. His voice was beginning to come back to normal, but he still seemed to be suffering under the emotional recoil of the death-bringing fire magic.
"How many were you able to save?"
asked Aaron, partly out of curiosity, but also in an effort to distract the magician. If healing magic could help to restore his balance, then perhaps the memory of it could too. 5 villagers will live to see another day, although it was a close call for 2 of them, and I had to put them all under a sleeping spell, so there wouldn't be a new village legend about a healing black dwarf." The biting tone could still be heard in the magician's voice, although a little fainter. "Make yourself useful and heal Celsina," growled Falk, and glared at the little being. He nodded in reply and said, "Another bit of magic won't make any difference. All the dark ones in the area got a whiff of us long ago." He murmured a few words that Aaron couldn't understand, and green sparks appeared around the ball, which Uldini was still holding in his right hand. More and more sparks appeared over the course of perhaps 10 heartbeats before they soared up and then dived like a swarm of glowworms down onto Celsina, who stood stock-still. The sparks landed on the welts, where they went out, leaving a faint green glimmer, which gradually faded and disappeared. A perfect hide remained where the lights had been extinguished, leaving no sign whatever of injury. "Are we ready, then?" The wizard's voice sounded tired rather than irritated. Aaron decided this had to be an improvement. "Where exactly are we going?" asked Fulk hesitantly. "To look for the Einan, of course. First the elves, then the dwarfs, and of course we need our finder of the path." The wizard stood there, hopping from one foot to the other, and for the first time he really looked like a little boy. The young forest guardian had to keep reminding himself that the boy beside him was one of the ancients, one of the wizards and wizardesses who had unlocked the secret of eternal youth for themselves. And he wasn't just anyone. He was the highest and mightiest of the ancients. Everyone knew the story of the god's darling, the ancient who knew how to do magic like no other being in Jorath. But the legends had never said anything about a delicate 9-year-old. Aaron brooded and turned to Cullen, who was standing on his hind legs with his tongue hanging out and looking from one to the other. Then it slowly dawned on him what the ancient boy had just said. Elves and dwarves? Aaron felt a thrill of anticipation in spite of all the horrors of this night. This journey promised to be exciting. Fulk said, "Then we're going to have to stop here in the forest temporarily, otherwise Celsina will attract too much attention to herself." Uldini looked critically at the Titijunanwa's horns and nodded. "It's a detour of only a few miles, and we're definitely going to need the rest of my armor," continued the guardian. Uldini raised no objections, and so Fulk tapped Celsina on her hide and started off. Aaron felt ignored, and the events of the last few hours made him combative. "I'm going nowhere until someone explains to me, by the love of the three, what is actually going on here." And he jutted his chin out, ready for a fight. All turned around to the apprentice in surprise, and Uldini asked, "What did you tell him?" Fulk didn't answer, at which point the boy laughed angrily, making a most peculiar sound, and said, "He's your protégé. Good luck." Then he pointedly walked on. Fulk glowered at Aaron, a piercing look that he reserved for occasions when his apprentice had behaved particularly stupidly. Then he waved the young man over to him and said, "Let's march on, and I'll tell you what you need to know." Contented with his partial victory, Aaron set off, and the disparate group went on their way. They went through the forest speedily. Uldini floated along again above the ground so he could keep up with the experienced guardians in the darkness of the night. Fulk rubbed his beard, as he always did when he was contemplating something, and finally said, "It's best if I start at the very beginning. You know about the paladins?" Aaron answered mistrustfully, "I know what was taught in the God's Day school, and I know the stories that have been told around the bonfire and in the tavern." "Then you know that there used to be 13 paladins who fought during the dark days until the night of blood, when one of them was killed." Fulk's voice was cracking, and Aaron nodded. "There are some things that the peoples today would rather not talk about. When it became clear that he who forces could not be killed on account of the missing paladin," Fulk continued, "a magic spell was woven as an alternative which was supposed to prevent him from ever waking up again. But the ancients were no gods, nor even demigods. They had to combine the magic formula with a condition that could dissolve it. Otherwise their power would not have been strong enough to cast the spell. Only he who forces has been able to cast permanent magic spells, and it's through those spells that the dark ones were created."
Aaron nodded and couldn't resist a quick glance over his shoulder. Tramping through the forest in the middle of the night, so soon after a fight with a horde of fog cats, wasn't good for his nerves. The uncontrolled shivering, which he had also experienced after his encounter with the blood wolf, had stopped in the meantime, which meant he was gradually getting used to the sensation of danger. Fulk had been right in that respect.
13 paladins are needed to defeat the adversary, for the 3 had invested exactly that amount of power into the awakening of the paladins, which was the same amount of power that had gone into the creation of the custodian. Not too much, not too little. They were the means needed to recreate the harmony of the creation.
Fulk was staring off into the middle distance. He sounded as if he were retelling something from his childhood.
So some of them thought it would be clever to connect the condition for ending the excommunication to the one thing that could kill the betrayer. As soon as the 13th paladin was chosen, then the magic spell that held the enemy in the pole pillar would break. The election was powerful enough as a ritual to guarantee that none of his servants could evade the trigger.
"But that sounds like a great plan," said Aaron, hoping the old man would continue.
"That's what everyone thought at the time. But a paladin had never been killed before. No one knew what would happen next. It was hoped that the 13th paladin would be born again within a few years. The pole pillar would dissipate, and then the 3 could unleash their powers simultaneously and kill the adversary before he had a chance to recover from the effects of the enchanted sleep, and before he had the chance to form a new army. But they had underestimated one thing."
They ducked under a low-hanging branch as they travelled on, and he continued to speak.
"The 3 were in a dreamless deep sleep, and it was impossible to wake them or to plead to them in their dreams, as they had been able to do before. So, for the moment, there was no possibility that they could create a new paladin until they had recovered somewhat, and no one knew how long this would take. The world was caught up in a deceptive peace. The centuries passed, and many came to terms with the pole pillar and declared the enemy to have been defeated. This is why the religious texts nowadays are no longer very accurate. Nobody wants to hear that the dark days could come again."
Fulk looked quickly over at Uldini, who nodded back at him.
"To provide certainty that the arrival of a chosen one would be noticed by us, a ritual was created that found its way into the spring ceremony. Centuries passed, and nothing happened. The peoples of the creation began to feel safe, and the importance of the ritual faded from memory, as did the threat that the sleeping spell of the enemy would not last forever. Nobody thought at that time that the gods would need more than 700 years to gather the strength to dream up a new paladin."
Aaron listened intently. Much of what he had heard was new, exactly as Fulk had said. Keeper Jagral's official version of the events had revealed little of this. Fulk looked at him expectantly. He had stopped marching, as had the others. Even Cullen seemed to be looking up at him. Had he missed something? When Aaron didn't react, Fulk continued.
"The ritual allowed for the stone of the gods to show a sign if the paladin-to-be touched it during the spring festival."
A nervous silence descended on the group while everybody waited for Aaron to draw the necessary conclusions. Several heartbeats passed, during which his reason simply refused to function, or to follow the logical chain of events to its inevitable conclusion.
"You think that I?"
he finally managed to utter weakly before trailing off. The idea was too absurd, and the consequences were too enormous. Falk pressed Aaron to him, something he had only done once or twice before since he had known him. "I'm sorry, boy," he whispered. Aldini looked fixedly over Falk's shoulder at Aaron during this embrace and said, "You are going to be the future 13th Paladin, and save the world as we know it, or die trying, maybe even before your naming, if we stand around here cuddling each other in a dark forest." Aaron shook his head. His thoughts were spinning around in a circle. He, a paladin? Those two had to be crazy. "What do you mean, naming?" Aldini took over the talking. He obviously wanted to get the thing over with so they could move on. "The awakening of a paladin involves 3 steps. Firstly, the birth. Secondly, the selection, in order to see if the successor is worthy. This used to be a formality, as the descendants of the previous paladins were the chosen ones. Once the selection was made, the power of the outgoing paladin would begin to pass over to the chosen child, and that was our dilemma. He had killed the father and the son, so the power of the 13th was lost." He cleared his throat. "Thirdly, the naming, once adulthood was reached. The Einon requested the blessing of the gods for the aspirant, and he or she received the gifts of the 3, immortality, soul, animal, and godly armor, and then we had a new paladin. All were happy, and the predecessor could die at last." He looked at the apprentice with a twinkle in his eye. "You've already passed 2 of the 3 steps. Unfortunately, the last step is somewhat more complicated, not least because you cannot receive your power from your predecessor. The selection released the power. It will be anchored in you when you are named." "What do I have to do?" asked Aaron curiously, although he feared the answer. "You don't have to do anything apart from accompany us. We'll find the Einon and take it from there," said Falk in a comforting voice. There was that word again, Einon. "What are the Einon?" asked Aaron. Every answer seemed to throw up a new question, something Aldini recognized too. There was scorn in his voice again when he answered, "Each is a specific representative of people, elves, and the dwarves, and they intercede for you before their god, which, by the way, will never happen if we're caught by a pack of low-fangs here in the forest." Falk nodded to the wizard, and they all went on, the old man leading a dazed Aaron by the arm. Lost in thought, he stumbled through the darkness and kept thinking over what he had just heard. Hours passed before they finally stopped. In front of them was a dense thicket of blackthorn, a particularly hardy plant, named after the dark hooks that could be found all over its resilient tendrils. Animals avoided these plants, as they were practically inedible and difficult to penetrate. However, they usually stood alone, and Aaron had never seen so many together. "Wait here," grunted Falk, and drew his sword. Aaron looked at his mentor in amazement as he began to hack down the thicket with fluid movements. Falk had always drummed into his apprentice a respect for nature and pointed out to Aaron how he should behave towards plants and animals. Now the old man was standing in front of him and slashing all before him. Once he had hacked the plants to pieces, he pulled out an enormous, heavy oilskin sack with a groan and carefully began to undo it. He responded to Aaron's look of shock with a shrug of his shoulders and the explanation, "I planted them to protect my things. The plants were in the wrong place here anyway and were beginning to choke the forest." "The elves had made you soft, old man," said Aldini. Falk shrugged his shoulders and carried on. "Why don't you throw out a magic net and see how near the danger is? This here is going to take a while, but we'll be all the faster afterwards."
The wizard paused, then nodded, and began murmuring quietly and staring into his ball, which started to emit warm yellow rays of light. Aaron sank down at the foot of a tree and gazed into the distance, thinking again of all the things he had heard and experienced. Cullen came to him, rested his muzzle on his knees, and began to whimper until the young man started tickling him in the neck absent-mindedly. The familiar contact with his furry friend had a soothing effect on his nerves, and he gradually nodded off. How much time had passed before he woke up he couldn't tell, but he knew what had woken him. Falk and Aldini were just finishing a heated debate. The wizard's ball was still emitting light. A strange picture presented itself to Aaron. Falk had not only put on the familiar armour for legs, arms, and neck, but also a light breastplate and a knight's helmet made from the same whitish material as the rest of the armour. The way the pieces all fitted showed that they belonged together and made up one piece. The armour looked very old-fashioned, and the helmet was engraved in the form of a stylized falcon's head. Falk was in the process of rubbing ash onto the new pieces so that they would look worn and worthless too. But Celsina had made the most dramatic transformation. A broad white leather saddle with matching saddlebags adorned her back. The upper part of her body was covered with metal panels made from the same material as Falk's armour, and her head was in a metal helmet that enclosed her forehead and horns, so it looked as if these were features of martial equine body armour. The Titejunanwa looked like a strong but standard war-horse in an exotic suit of armour. Falk was finished with disfiguring his own armour, and now approached the elven horse. The chorus of disapproval she emitted grew louder and louder, and was now physically palpable, as if 1,000 ants were scurrying over Aaron's body. Cullen gave a low yelp, and Falk shouted at the magical horse, "You wanted to go back into the story? You've been sulking since time immemorial, and now you've found your will, so stay still." The feelings ebbed away, and Falk, undeterred, began to transform Celsina's proud war-horse into an impoverished nag and relic from a bygone heroic era. Aldini was giving orders on how to improve things further, and seemed to be enjoying the whole experience. Aaron pulled himself up and walked over. "What does all this mean?" he asked. "We want to journey through 3 rivers and head up north from there past the red posts as far as Evergreen. Falk is going to be a wandering knight escorting yours truly, an alumnus of the lesser nobility, while you and your dog are our guides in this region." Mention of the places that Aaron only knew from the stories was like a slap in the face, and the serenity with which he had woken up disappeared in a puff of smoke. The impossibility of the situation felt like a millstone around his neck, and he heard himself asking, "And what if I don't want to go with you?" Forest Guardian and Wizard gave him a searching look, and his old master was about to issue him with a sharp rebuke when the little man raised his hand. "No, old man, I'll take care of this. Firstly, no one can force you. A naming can never be made against the will of the chosen one. That would presuppose force and goes against the nature of the 3. Aaron nodded. That was only logical. In all the stories where great victories were won against the betrayer, free will had played a decisive part. Rule and force were the tools of him who forces. The wizard continued, "But it is nonetheless important that you understand one thing. The magic spell that is holding him captive is fading. That's a fact. It has been getting weaker since the day you were born, and this process has quickened since your selection. He can only work through his servants, and his orders are diffuse and poorly focused. but the more he awakens, the clearer they become. You can hide away or spend your short life on the run, but eventually the Dark Ones will find you and kill you, and the world will have no chance against him who forces." Aldini didn't need to explain the rest. Aaron understood that he had no other option but to accept the role. And anyway, something inside him harmonized with the words of the Master Wizard, washing away all doubts regarding his mission. Aaron knew that he had to fight, whether he wanted to or not. They spent the rest of the night in the protection of the trees. The wizard's magic had shown that they were in no immediate danger, and it wouldn't be long until daybreak anyway. Aaron hadn't believed that he would be able to fall asleep again that night, but his decision not to run away from the future events had a strangely calming effect on him, and he dropped off within a few heartbeats. The two adults looked at the brown-haired young man, whose face was free from all worry as he slept. "You have a fine young boy there under your wing, old man," said Aldini softly. Falk grunted under his breath. "I know, but don't let him hear it. He has a very long and dangerous way to go yet, and it would be better if he kept his 2 feet firmly on the ground. If we know anything, we know about long ways. Isn't that right?" "Yes, you're right there. What are the other ancients up to? There's been hardly any news from you for centuries." Falk looked at the Magus with interest. "I gave out a new doctrine in the 3rd century after the Betrayer's fall, when it became clear that the matter would take a while longer. The peoples were beginning to forget, so we pulled back and didn't engage as much as in earlier times. In this way, old wounds could heal more quickly, and we could move more freely. The others still like practicing their little power games, but I find things like that boring," answered Aldini. Falk nodded knowingly. Of course his counterpart wouldn't enjoy that. Who wanted to play a game that he'd already won centuries previously? The others had been tussling over 2nd place since forever. "You know you're going to have to come clean with him soon, don't you?" asked the wizard. "He'll find out at the naming by the latest, and that wouldn't be the best way." Falk nodded. "I'll talk to him before that, but he needs to digest this first. We need to sleep for a bit, too. Celsina will stand guard." The little boy figure nodded, and the light in the crystal ball went out. The forest lay in darkness, and soon all were asleep. Aaron woke up to the sounds of an argument. The little boy and the old man were shouting at each other, their faces red. The newly awakened apprentice watched the two in amusement. They looked like a grandfather and a cheeky and disobedient grandson. When he felt the soft and amused waves coming from Celsina, he knew he wasn't the only one who found the scene amusing. "It's a massive detour, and you know that. If we follow your route, we'll have to go right across the night marshes twice. That will cost us weeks," shouted Falk, and waved his arms. Aldini responded forcefully, "You're just trying to delay the meeting with Jelny Nolan, but that makes even less sense. If we go to the Silver Cliffs first, then we also have to go to Kelkor to trap the Finder of the Path. Do you really want to go into Evergreen with a dwarf and one of the wild folk?" Aaron sighed. He had hoped that after the previous day's revelations, the conversations between them would make more sense, but he was obviously mistaken. Cullen yawned and stretched out beside him, and then he began to sniff the rucksacks. Aldini had brought their few belongings when they had left the village, but there was nothing edible among them. The two were still squabbling with each other, and so Aaron decided to make himself useful by going hunting. He slapped his knee once, and Cullen was immediately by his side. Aaron looked into his eyes, and Cullen sat on his hind legs and looked questioningly at his master, with his head tilted to the side and his ears pricked. "Cullen, search!" said the young forest guardian. The white wolf spun around with a low bark and leaped into the undergrowth. Aaron followed him at a distance and watched as his companion ran zigzag through the forest, his nose sometimes in the air, sometimes to the ground. Then he found a fresh scent and began to follow it. Aaron ran after him, and the hunt was on. He returned to their temporary camp an hour later with 2 rabbits hanging from his belt. The yield was less than he had hoped for, but Cullen and he had only hunted on their own 3 times previously, and so they had been unsuccessful several times this morning. The fact that Cullen, with his white fur, was more at home in the tundra and the frozen north didn't help matters either during the hunt. But at least they had enough sustenance for the day, and Aaron had also collected some herbs, so that they had enough ingredients for a good stew. Aaron had bled out the 3rd animal and given it to his 4-legged friend, who chewed around it fussily until it became clear to him that there was nothing else to eat. Then he gulped down the rabbit in next to no time. The 2 squabblers had sunk into a sullen silence and hadn't noticed the young forest guardian at all when he returned with Cullen. Once Aaron had lit the fire and prepared the stew, they came back to life. The smells of the food drew them to the fire, and Falk grunted, "So you did learn something," as he filled himself a large bowl and began to eat. Uldini smelled at the stew simmering in the little metal pot, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Well, if it doesn't work out with saving the world, you can always try your hand at being a cook." Aaron looked at the little wizard in consternation. Uldini continued in the same light-hearted tone, "Stop staring at me so wide-eyed. When you get to my age, you've no choice but to develop this sort of sense of humour." Then he helped himself, and also enjoyed it. Once they had all had their fill, Aaron asked, "Is Deepstone safe now?" After the attack of the previous night and the wizard's bleak pronouncements on hordes of Dark Ones, he wanted to be sure that his home village would be left in peace before he turned his back on the place. Uldini seemed to grasp what he was getting at. "No need to worry. I hid the 2 other boys that took part in last year's ceremony from the traitor's eyes. That was quick and easy, as they were of no importance. His senses are still very groggy, otherwise he would have recognized immediately who represents the real danger, and all the fog cats would have chased you and you alone. After my little firework display last night, we have become the sole focus of the adversary." This led Aaron on to his second question. "Why are you 2 so quiet now? It was a completely different story last night." He shifted position nervously. "I think we have to thank the old blood wolf for that. Your master only told me about her this morning. The magic web that I wove last night detected no Dark Ones in the vicinity. Falk and I think that the old woman drove everything away that could have been dangerous to her pup." "And the fog cats? Where did they come from?" Aaron wanted to understand what exactly had happened. "They were sent out the moment you were selected. That pack was probably the greatest danger nearby, and even they took over a week to get to you. I think we're safe for the next 2 or 3 days, as long as I don't do any major magic which might reveal our location." "So the Dark Ones can sense your magic?" Aaron pressed on. "Only the very intelligent ones, but they then pass it on to their less intelligent counterparts. But he notices the magic too, depending on what he might be listening to at the time. His attention is just as groggy and somnambulistic as his sight. That's our greatest advantage for the moment." Falk cleared his throat. "That's enough talk for the moment. We need to get cracking, or we'll never get there." "Where exactly are we going?" asked Aaron curiously. Suddenly there was a tension in the air as the forest guardian and the wizard stared venomously at each other.
Aldini spoke in a remarkably diplomatic voice. "First, we can head towards Three Rivers. That's the nearest big town, and we can pick up provisions and weaponry there. Three Rivers is a good starting point, no matter which way we go after that." Falk was placated and nodded in agreement as the three broke camp.